let's try this one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have everybody's attention, please. And I apologize, this mic is a little soft, but you can all hear me all right? Excellent. Again, thank you. I am Allison Norrie. I am president of the Association for the Study of Connecticut History. Thank you again for joining us here today to talk about the history of Native Americans in Connecticut, how to teach about them, and how to, in good faith, tell the story of the people of Connecticut. First things first, I would like to thank Connecticut's Old State House for sponsoring us, having us here today, as well as for CTN, who will be streaming this entire event all day, from now till hopefully about 3 o'clock we'll finish up. For those of you who are interested in having your parking validated, I'm sure many of you are, as you leave, you can ask the security guard to stamp your parking ticket, and your parking, if you're in the Market Street garage, will in fact be validated. So, without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to Steve Armstrong. He's the social studies consultant at the State Department of Education. He's the former president of this organization as well, and he's going to talk a little bit about the Connecticut General Assembly and the state social studies standards. So, Steve,
Thanks.
take it away.
Thank you. Just if you're a teacher or a museum educator in this room, or a student, there's a few things that you should know about recent legislation. Probably you do already, but just starting this fall, every school district, this is good for museums, I think. Every school district in Connecticut must, somewhere in the social studies curriculum, be teaching about Native Americans. That was done by legislation. And what's also is specifically in the legislation is, including in that, must be teaching somewhere about the 5 recognized Connecticut tribes. So so that's in legislation. So your school, if you're in charge of a school or if you work at a school, this is something that you should be doing now. And I'm guessing there's a museum or two in the state that might be willing to help you in those endeavors. We'll talk about that a little bit later. The other thing that's directly related to this is that, and we will have, by the way, if anyone knows, if a teacher, or if you don't know what this is, ask me and I can tell you. There's a Go Open site that we use to put curriculum materials online. There'll be materials on all 5 of the tribes within a week. So if you want to check out, and this is information that the tribes themselves have provided. Also, starting next year, well, it'll be available after the first of the year. There'll be a social studies model curriculum K-8. So this is just K-8. That will be, and one of the prescribed topics in this also is Native Americans. So educators, look for resources to include this in what you're doing. And if you're a museum person, there'll be plenty of opportunities to do work on this in schools. Also, we have, that was just passed 2 weeks ago, new social studies standards in the state of Connecticut, which is a good thing for the discipline. And I'm going to call on my colleague just very briefly from the State Department of Ed, Nicole Jones, who's going to talk. We've worked closely with the tribes, and just to talk, Nicole, just a little bit about that process.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, and welcome to the Association for the Study of Connecticut History Fall Conference. Super excited to explore teaching Native history and beyond. I wrote a little bit because I didn't want to be too long, but there are no words to convey how excited I am to be here. My name is Nicole Jones. I have the privilege and honor to work as the Humanities and Arts Project Manager in the academic office at the CSDE. I feel extremely proud to have the opportunity to speak a little bit about working with the 5 state-recognized Eastern Woodland tribes. These tribes are Eastern Pequot Tribal Nation, Golden Hill Pagusset Tribal Nation, Mashantucket Western Pequot Tribal Nation, Mohegan Tribe, and the Scottigo Tribal Nation. Just to give you some context, following the passage of Public Act 21-2 that Steve just mentioned, the CSDE developed and organized 2 committees, the Native American Advisory Committee and the Native American Steering Committee. The Native American Advisory Committee is made up of tribal representatives from each of the 5 state-recognized tribes of Connecticut. The committee members provided resources and content materials and content expertise. The Native American Curriculum Steering Committee includes a diverse group of tribal representatives and educators from a variety of backgrounds. The Native American Curriculum Steering Committee provided strategic direction and guidance to assist us in providing the creation of appropriate materials to implement 21-2. These groups have contributed to the creation of the curriculum materials, and it was such an honor to work with them. And the publication of these materials, as Steve mentioned, should be up and running and available to all of you shortly, so stay tuned. The best way to sum up our experience working with the 5 state-recognized Eastern Woodland tribes of Connecticut would be to say that great things happen when people come together. So with that said, I hope that the next few hours will be delightful and memorable for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Steve. And thanks to the Department of Education and the 5 tribes who were involved with drafting that legislative order. So in service of teaching Native American history, learning about Native American history, we are pleased to have Dr. Ned Blackhawk as our keynote speaker today. Professor Blackhawk is a professor of history and American studies at Yale University and was on the faculty from 1999 to 2009 at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He's a graduate of McGill University and holds graduate degrees in history from UCLA and the University of Washington, and is the author of Violence Over the Land, Indians and Empires in the Early American West, and that was published in 2006. He's also recently published a book, which I hope he'll tell us more about. And if you'd like to purchase that book, we actually have a promo code up front at the sign-in desk, so I encourage you to take a picture of that promo code and buy that book. I believe it's 30% off if you buy it from the press. So we are very, very pleased, Ned, to have you here today. Welcome. And we're looking forward to everything you have to tell us. Thank you.
Good morning. It's nice to be here in the state capitol and to be with so many dedicated educators, concerned institutional leaders and others, and I'd like to thank Allison and Professor O'Leary for their invitations to join you this morning. I will be talking briefly or at some length from my new book, which I'm going to pull out in my somewhat still crowded work bag. And talk about its kind of formation, development, and overall purposes, which I think are in line with many of the sentiments and general kind of commitments that culminated in the passage of these important state legislative initiatives, as well as the formation of the pedagogical materials and activities that are more familiar to many of you than they are, I think, to me. I have worked with Connecticut state teachers in various capacities since coming to New Haven a little longer ago than I perhaps care to admit now. It's also been incredibly rewarding and enriching to partner with local tribal communities in various initiatives, and I really encourage all of you to continue down these paths. And as you do so, you may not perhaps fully realize it. Perhaps none of us might fully realize it. But there is a broader social, intellectual, and political reorientation that is occurring across not just the United States, but across much of, particularly the Anglophone world, concerning the place of indigenous peoples. And my recently published book, The Rediscovery of America, Native Peoples and the Unmaking of U.S. History, is really an academic attempt to make sense of some of these transformations or these reorientations that have been occurring across the professional historical community of American history. The title of the book suggests that there is a new rediscovery of American history that is underway, that there have been, as I write about in the introduction, sets of scholars, really a generation of academic and tribal and indigenous scholars working to reform what are ultimately broken paradigms of American historical analysis. And there is a broader reorientation upon us. Much of this has been led, as the concluding chapters of this book show, by tribal members themselves, challenging often very onerous federal or national policies. Many of these kind of insights have been gleaned by academic and professional historians, tribal researchers, and others who've kind of made visible long marginalized or overlooked histories, community struggles, and other experiences that very few American citizens ultimately have ever encountered. There have been approximately nearly 200 tribally run cultural centers and or facilities developed across the 20th century. Many of us know Connecticut possesses the largest of these facilities at the Mashantucket-Pequot Museum and Research Center, but we may not know that Connecticut also possesses the oldest of these tribal facilities at the Tanaquidgeon Museum nearby at Mohegan. So those two facilities really in many ways kind of bookend or help kind of frame a kind of much larger kind of understanding of the growth and resurgence of Native American kind of cultural awareness across much of the North American landscape. And the intention of the work that many of us do in the field, myself included, is to continue these insights and developments. So I worked throughout much of the last 10 years trying to compile an overview, a synthesis, an interpretive engagement with this field of Native American history that has grown so prodigiously, dynamically, and importantly, really across much of the 21st century. I call that growth the rediscovery of America, and I make a claim in the early introductory pages that to really make sense of this world of insight that so many have kind of helped to establish requires a kind of commitment to relearning or unmaking conventional understandings of American history. For far too long, American history has been organized, perpetuated, and institutionalized in certain kind of paradigms or temporalities or fields of analysis that have put indigenous peoples on the margins, outside of them, and contributed to a much larger intellectual history of erasing indigenous peoples from visions of our society. For us to achieve the types of goals that these initiatives are instituting requires unmaking or relearning certain kind of essential truths. And I'm happy to talk in more detail about some of those efforts, but I thought I'd just begin by opening the book to show that there are two in-cover maps. One opening the front page of the book is titled Estimated Locations of Select Pre-Removal Native Nations, that tries, as best as we were able to determine, to establish a kind of cartography of the indigenous populations of the contiguous United States prior to their potential eventual removal and or displacement. And then the last map in the book, which of course you can't see, and I perhaps should have brought a PowerPoint, is entitled Contemporary State and Federally Recognized Native Nations and Lands in the Contiguous United States. That shows the continental visibility, often perhaps for the first time for many, of indigenous recognized both state and federal communities across the United States. And there are very, very few states in the United States that do not have federally or state recognized tribes. 5, as we heard earlier here in Connecticut, as well as many as 107 in California, dozens in Arizona and New Mexico and Oklahoma, over a dozen in states like Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, hundreds of Native American nations and communities across the geography of the United States. So these two maps kind of make the kind of essential point of the larger field of Native American history or Native American studies, that there is a heterogeneity and diversity of indigenous North America that is not readily well understood, a complexity, not a singular, not a homogenized, not a racialized subject, but a diversity of subjects or communities and peoples, a plurality, one might say, understood both, perhaps best, both individually but also collectively, if that's not too complicated to think of tribes and communities as distinctive but part of a larger tradition or history or kind of struggle of being native or indigenous within a kind of growing colonial and eventually federal sphere. And then the last map establishes a kind of central purpose of the field to highlight the enduring presence, the contemporaneity, the existence within modern America of communities who, while have struggled dramatically, have faced incredible harrowing challenges, nonetheless still reside. And many of us, if we encounter Native American institutions like the museums mentioned or other readings or studies, would kind of come away with this kind of clear sentiment that Native peoples and activists and have long tried to assert a presence within a larger kind of historical and national understanding that has tried to deny them that presence. So you often hear these sayings that we remain or we're still here. And there's a kind of inherent sense of futurity or being part of a future vision of society if one can recognize the kind of contemporaneity of Native nations within this kind of larger mosaic of America. So that's the kind of literally the bookends of the project. I thought I might read just briefly from some of the introductory sections and maybe choose a few slight examples of how putting Native nations or Native peoples back into kind of conventional narratives of the American past reorientate those subjects. It's a little complicated at times because history is kind of a vast universe that is always expanding and unfolding, and sometimes kind of like the cold, distant planetary worlds outside of our own, they can feel unfamiliar and perhaps even cold and imposing. There are also kind of beautiful kind of truths embedded in the past that kind of await reckoning and discovery. And so it's kind of in that perspective that I'll probably offer some insight into my current interests around the Declaration of Independence, which was drafted in early July 1776 and was about to celebrate its 250th anniversary. 3 years seems like a long time in most of our lives, but there's a tremendous kind of growing kind of infrastructure of attention that is forming around the Declaration. And as we'll see shortly, it says certain things about Native peoples that I think many people aren't aware of, and to be honest, very few historians have sufficiently explained. So chapter 5 of this book is about the origins of the American Revolution. And I'll turn to it shortly after kind of introducing some of the larger arguments found in the beginning. I did write this book, or envisioned it, because there was very little like it. This is a field that has grown dramatically in the last 25 years, so much so that you really wouldn't believe me if I told you the changes that have come within a kind of academic universe. I applied to graduate school after college, I think postgraduate students, and found myself looking for programs that had Native American historians within them. None of the top-ranked institutions had them. One out of the top-ranked programs did, so I went there. That person then left, and so that university didn't have anyone. They subsequently, maybe 10 or 15 years later, hired someone again. So the field just really didn't exist within the nation's highest-ranked institutional settings. And this was before, like, the internet or email and things, so you weren't really able to understand communities without kind of knowing people there or kind of contacting them or perhaps even visiting them. That has changed dramatically in the last 25 years. The oldest university in the country has recently appointed its first Native American tenured faculty member in the history department. That would be Harvard University. I think it's in Massachusetts. Yale decided to make a commitment to this field about 10 or 15 years ago. Princeton now just tenured a Native American historian in their history department. Those are the three oldest and largest endowed institutions in the nation. So all of a sudden, within a very short period of time, these schools are making these kind of changes. And it's emblematic of this kind of larger paradigmatic rediscovery that's unfolding. So much so it's reaching the point, hopefully, where one cannot aspire to become a professional U.S. historian without encountering this field on some level or some form. One of the problems, however, is there's not kind of commensurate academic, sometimes infrastructure within the field. The field has grown so dramatically. There's so many publications, sometimes it's hard to make sense of them. And so this work tries to bring together the field in a single volume, interpretive synthesis. It's divided in two halves. Part one is entitled Indians and Empires. It's a 6-chapter survey of the essentially U.S. national history. It used to be called colonial history. It ends with the ratification of the U.S. Constitution. The second half, known as Part 2, is entitled Struggles for Sovereignty, and it's an overview of U.S.-Indian relations essentially since 1787 when the founders of the United States established a new governing structure known as the U.S. constitutional system. So those two kind of halves form the whole, and the introduction kind of tries to explain some of the themes that we've just kind of suggested. It was a little bit of a challenge crafting an introduction to a subject so big and so large. But I started with a kind of simple question that I thought might be kind of generative or inviting. And it is as follows. It says, I write in the beginning, how can a nation founded on the homelands of dispossessed indigenous peoples be the world's most exemplary democracy? And so that tension between democracy and dispossession is really one of the central themes, particularly the second half of this book. But the introduction also makes a kind of leveled critique of American history and historical practice more broadly, because it continues to say things like, this question haunts America. Among historians, I write, silence rather than engagement has been the most common response, together with a continued unwillingness to see America's diversity from the vantage point of those most impacted by the expansion of the United States. So even though there's this great dramatic rediscovery unfolding, there's still a tremendous, not necessarily organized resistance, but just inherited kind of inability across much of American historical communities to really engage and kind of work through some of these questions. And so taking the theme of kind of dispossession and democracy and seeing them as intertwined, seeing that really you can't understand the growth of the United States outside of this kind of indigenous historical perspective. You can't understand some of the most seminal moments of American historical formation, like the Revolution, as we'll see shortly, the drafting of the Constitution. Native peoples, or Indians as they're known, are the only differentiated group mentioned in the Constitution. For the purposes of excluding them as not being taxed. That happens again when the 14th Amendment is passed and certain Reconstruction kind of civil rights initiatives are initiated. So this tension between democracy and dispossession essentially are at the heart of our nation's history and kind of at the heart of this study. So I write that it's not really surprising that historians have, historically speaking, not been willing to think through these challenges. Like most countries, the United States has celebrated its past, and its revolutionary leaders understood America to be both a nation state and an idea. I could then quote a letter from George Washington from 1783, in which he writes, "The citizens of America, placed in the most enviable condition as the sole lords and proprietors of a vast tract of continent, comprehending all the various soils and climates of the world, and abounding with all the necessaries and conveniences of life, are now by the late satisfactory pacification," referring to the revolution itself, "are acknowledged to be possessed of absolute freedom and independency. They are from this period to be considered as the actors on the most conspicuous theater, which seems to be peculiarly designed by Providence for the display of human greatness and felicity." So historians, I continue, have largely followed suit in focusing on Europeans and their descendants in the kind of narrative histories of the United States. We can perhaps remember Puritans governing a commonwealth in a wilderness, pioneers settling western frontiers, and European immigrants huddled upon Atlantic shores. Those are some of the most kind of quintessential paradigms of American historical inquiry. And I continue that scholars have long conflated U.S. history with Europeans, maintaining that the United States evolved sometimes very argumentatively, exclusively from its, quote, British settlements. So I continue that in more complex narratives, a multicultural America struggles to extend its national promise to every one of its citizens and live according to its founding proclamation that all are created equal. But I continue that despite assertions to the contrary, American democracy arose from the dispossession of American Indians. And if history provides the common soil for a nation's growth and a window into its future, it is time to reimagine U.S. history outside the tropes of discovery that have long bred exclusion and misunderstanding. Finding answers to the challenges of our times will require new concepts, approaches, and commitments. And in many ways, it's time to put down the interpretive tools of the previous century and to take up new ones. So that's the kind of opening frame that kind of hopefully brings the subject matters discussed into focus. I'm incredibly indebted to this generation of scholars who've made U.S. history such a different narrative than when I first encountered it as a professional graduate student or a graduate student in the profession. And many of the most kind of dramatic insights around Native American history have occurred in what we would call the colonial history. The kind of once celebratory, exclusive focus on what used to be called Puritans, patriots, and presidents. That kind of alliteration might be kind of a helpful a reminder of how American history once was formed. The field of U.S. colonial history has undergone such kind of dramatic reorientations that it just looks so different than what it looked like 10 or 15, 20 years ago. There are these new concepts and paradigms and studies that have been advanced that some of which have garnered national academic prizes and other insights. Both of the only, for example, Pulitzer Prizes ever awarded to an American Indian history title involve the colonial era. And many of the most kind of able practitioners of Native American history are trained in understanding these kind of earlier centuries of American historical formation. So the first half of this book kind of walks through some of these subjects and includes a really heavy emphasis on the changes that came to North America during the mid-1700s. We may not know much about something once called the French and Indian War, now more kind of commonly recognized as the 7 Years' War. This war touched nearly every continent on the globe. It was fought in North America, fought in the Caribbean, fought in Europe, fought in North Africa and the Mediterranean, fought off the coast of Gibraltar, fought in South Asia, fought in the Philippines, invasions of places like Havana, Manila, Quebec. The largest battle in Canadian history happened during this war, the siege of Quebec City in 1759 by General Wolfe against General Montcalm. This is the first really true world war in world history. And it's been relatively understudied in the history of the United States. The work that so many scholars have been doing and that I'm trying to build on tries to reverse that equation. Because this war, you would be shocked to hear this. And there's a big map on page 134 and 35. The map is called Interior North America, the Progress of the 7 Years' War and Associated Conflicts, 1754 to 1765. There, you won't be able to see the theaters, but there is a map on 2 pages that shows this war and its progress. 20 theaters. The first theater, we may know, involves a young British colonel from Virginia who has moved into the interior locations of Western Virginia and southwestern Pennsylvania to organize an expedition to take a French fort recently established at the Three Forks of the Three River area, now known as Pittsburgh. At the time the French built it, it's called Fort Duquesne. They began laying those plans in 1749 and started building the fortification in the early 1750s. That's somewhat, and you've ever seen the Daniel Day-Lewis movie Last of the Mohegans, you might kind of have some familiarity with this general history. It's very famous in certain 19th century American history books because the French, who are Catholic, represent the kind of European adversary of the British, who are Puritan and Protestants. And so the French are seen often in American historical literary study as demonic or absolutist or papist, who are kind of under the command of a kind of global kind of religious structure that is foreign from the American or Protestant experience. And most notably, the French are deeply allied with Indians. From the first moments of the French settlements in 1609 at Quebec, throughout the first century and a half of French imperial formations, indigenous peoples are the primary laborers. military soldiers, traders, even wives and partners for French traders throughout most of the 1600s. So the French Empire in North America looks radically different than the British Empire. And they come into this kind of global conflict in the 7 Years' War. This battle that Washington attempts and loses is the first theater of this larger war that we just sketched. So the most important war up to its time, perhaps even of the 18th century, occurs in the interior of North America between British settlers and French and Indian forces. How has this subject matter been erased or marginalized from American history? This is literally the first battle that George Washington experiences. He'll fight for the next 30 years, often in the interior, or not fight or guide military forces. This is his formative experience. We could work through this larger history, which ultimately leads to the French defeat. The British have a much more powerful navy. Their administrative kind of parliamentary system is far more effective in taxation. They employ nearly 150,000 soldiers globally in this conflict, many of whom have to be paid, people who are not British or British subjects, but parts of the British Empire in various places. It's by far the most costly war in European history. It begins in this interior, and you wouldn't believe it, it ends even further in the interior. In 1760, the French, or in 1759, the French are defeated at Quebec, which is the capital of New France. The same army marches down the St. Lawrence, takes Montreal the next spring, and eventually Detroit, spring and summer, Detroit will fall, the last French fort, in December of 1760. And the French flag is lowered for the first time in North America, or for the final time, at the major forts the French controlled. In 1760, the war continues in other places across the globe between French and Spanish, their allies, and the English, and the high seas in various places. And eventually at the Treaty of Paris in 1763 in February, the French cede their North American empire to the British. So what does this have to do with the Declaration or contemporary U.S. history? Well, there's an argument in this fifth chapter of this book, which is entitled Settler Uprising, the Indigenous Origins of the American Revolution. There's an argument here that builds on others and that I'm trying to kind of work on some more, that says this is an essential kind of generative moment of American revolutionary formation. Because in the interior, as we just said, the war continues after the Treaty of Paris is signed, because the indigenous peoples of New France, in places like Detroit or across the northern Great Lakes, in eastern Canada to a lesser extent, indigenous people are not conquered or defeated by the British crown. And so even though the French cede all their claims to the largest colony in North America, the New France, as it was known, stretched from the mouth of the St. Lawrence through the Great Lakes and down the Mississippi and kind of onto the plains where French traders regularly traded along the Missouri River with Mandan Indians throughout the 1700s. It's like 2,000 miles from the Mandan villages to Quebec. You know, this is a vast world that the French never really possessed, but they claimed. And so when they cede their claims to this colonial world to the English inherit those claims, and it's a moment of tremendous euphoria across British North America because their longtime antagonists are now exiled and gone. You could walk now from Florida, which becomes a British colony as well, to the Hudson Bay and never leave the kind of claimed territorial possessions of British North America. And we may not know where Hudson's Bay is, many of us, but it's a long ways from here. And so we're talking about 3,000 or 4,000 miles of territory that the British Crown has now inherited or now claims. But the vast majority of this land is Indian country. And the British show up and expect the native subjects to basically accept this new dominion, and they don't. And they organize, they confederate, and they destroy 9 of the 13 French forts that the British have inherited. And they basically make peace more expensive than war in the interior. And so what had started as a kind of a euphoric, transcendent moment of English achievement in the early 1763, that summer, this uprising known as Pontiac's War occurs across the Great Lakes. And by the fall, the British Crown has made a proclamation that prohibits any English settlers from moving into this interior land. They're not happy about it. And historians have long understood that this was a grievance, but they've never really uncovered sufficiently, in my mind, the extent to which settlers not only disliked this British proclamation, but organized against it. And it turns out there are numerous small kind of vigilante groups that form across Western North America, or Western British North America, in the aftermath of Pontiac's War, who try to interdict British supply trains heading to the interior, who try to defy British orders and commanders, and who eventually start shooting at them. And so I borrowing on the works of many others, I kind of uncover some of these subject matters or bring them together and make the claim that the first shots of the American Revolution are in fact fired in the interior in May of 1765, after 2 years of kind of growing, or a year and a half of growing British settler frustrations against the American crown. These individuals are essentially taking law into their own hands. And one of the books about this subject is entitled Frontier Rebels, that describes some of these conflicts from the mid-1760s in the interior. And it took me a while to realize this, but there's a kind of intentionality with that term rebel. Because even though they were like burning British supply trains and stealing their weapons, and these were not thieves. These were not vagabonds. These were not ruffians. They had a political purpose. They were rebels. They were organizing against the kind of institutions of British monarchical authority that were trying to establish various forms of diplomatic, economic, and kind of political recognition of the native peoples, just like the French had done for over a century. And the kind of irony of the 7 Years' War, in part, is that the British believed that they were inheriting an empire, but in many ways they were being dragged onto a kind of terrain of uncertainty that required management and diplomacy and sociality with indigenous peoples, which they never really expected, nor did they have much experience in. And one of the great ironies is that the indigenous populations were actually able to get the British to essentially rehabilitate many of the practices that the French themselves had maintained. Neither of those communities, though, the confederated native peoples of this interior world or the British, fully realized, however, that the primary antagonists that each of them would soon face would not be one another, but the settlers of the British Crown, who essentially defied both of these kind of political imperiums or sovereigns to initiate their own claims. And that starts happening in the aftermath of Pontiac's War in a whole range of kind of episodes that we won't sufficiently have time to perhaps chart, but maybe come to just see some insight into. So this is March of 1765. Throughout March, raids, skirmishes, and confusion erupted across western Pennsylvania. Few officials understood the grievances or took seriously the power behind them. For example, after 6 of their men were captured, several hundred of these militia, known as the Black Boys, under the leadership of John Smith, surrounded a place called Fort Loudon on March 9th. Its commander, Lieutenant Charles Grant, knew American warfare well. This would be a British officer. He had laid siege to Quebec and Montreal. He knew what sieges entail and casually admitted Smith into the fort to negotiate, asking him, quote, what he meant by appearing with such a mob before the king's fort. When informed that they came for the prisoners, Grant responded, this is the British officer in charge of the fort, responded with surprise, asking Smith, the leader of the militia, asking him what he might do if the prisoners, quote, were sent elsewhere and escorted by the king's troop. To which Smith replied that, quote, if they would not give up the prisoners, they were determined to fight the troops and die to a man. This is March 9th, 1765, roughly 4 or 5 months before the Stamp Act is passed, which is often recognized as the first primary British intrusion into the liberties of colonial settlers. This guy Grant was uncertain about his jurisdiction over criminal affairs, so he released the 6 in custody. He also exchanged captured black boys for several of his own scouts whom the militia also held. This and subsequent exonerations emboldened the militia, seemingly implying imperial acceptance of their open flouting of authority. Throughout March, they continued to waylay English soldiers as well as officers, and after Smith, quote, refused to give up, quote, a number of rifles, we took him prisoner and detained him until he delivered up the arms. We also destroyed a larger quantity of gunpowder that the traders had stored up, lest it might be conveyed privately to the Indians. The king's troops, our party, had now got entirely out of the channel of the Civil War, and many unjustifiable things were done by both parties. So these are the militia's goals: to take English officers prisoner when needed, if their own men have been captured for attacking or raiding these supplies, destroying the British supplies intended for interior native peoples, and generally disrupting the initiatives of the British Crown to kind of conclude the resolutions around Pontiac's War in the interior. I write that the foundations of British authority and the foundations of British authority in the interior were now crumbling. An emergent settler sovereignty had formed. Settlers used their own diplomacy, legal reasoning, and collective violence to secure their goals and establish their legitimacy. Unleashed in the first year of Pontiac's War, such sovereignty hardened into a new political movement. It was both distinctive and growing, and it now targeted English soldiers. As one of Governor William Penn's allies had blithely observed about his office's authority, there is no standing army to enforce its laws and support the government. And so there's a civil war essentially brewing in the cross Pennsylvania throughout the 1760s, in the aftermath of Pontiac's War, in the aftermath of the Treaty of Paris and the 7 Years' War. Stopping interior trade, limiting the power of seaport elites, and driving native peoples from the region formed the foundations of an emerging political culture that one scholar has termed popular constitutionalism. It was a violent political culture in which negotiations were best conducted between armed parties. This may be too bold of a claim, but I got it through my editors. The start of the fall of the British Empire in North America began on the Pennsylvania frontier. And it occurred on March 5th, 1765, with the Black Boys' first raid. A divided and contested landscape emerged, and across the interior, settlers celebrated the militia both in song and verse, as an anthem attributed to one of their members reveals. And so there's a song that preserved in 19th century literature that is about 5 or 6, 7, 8 stanzas long, that's in this volume, that celebrates this undertaking, this conflict between these militias and the British Crown. And it's here's some of the words that may not make a whole lot of sense, and I don't sing very often, but I'll try. At Fort Loudon, when they heard the news, they scarcely knew which way to choose. At length, some soldiers they sent out and seized some men and laid them fast. But men of resolution thought too much to see their neighbors caught, for no crime but a false surmise. They joined a warlike band and marched to Loudon out of hand, and kept the jailers prisoners there until our friends enlarged were without fraud or any disguise. Let mankind censure or commend this rash performance in the end. Then both sides will find their account. 'Tis true no law can justify to burn our neighbor's property, but when this property is designed to serve the enemies of mankind, it's high treason in the amount. This song, or this anthem, essentially exonerates the violence used to attack the British fort where property was held, because it was going to be headed towards or designed for what they called the enemies of mankind. So the Civil War, essentially, that we're describing, or civil conflict, war might be too strong. War will come, as we all know, 10 years late past. But this conflict seemingly is only between Englishmen and their subjects, but it's all about Indians. And so, 10 years later, when it turns out these black boys helped draft the Pennsylvania Constitution in July of 1776, and others were gathered in Pennsylvania for the Continental Congress's gatherings that summer. And it includes the draft, which included the drafting of the Declaration of Independence. As Jefferson and other drafters wrote, the British Crown had, quote, encouraged, quote, merciless Indian savages to attack, quote, the inhabitants of our frontiers. Such peoples, he suggested, knew only one law, the rule of warfare, and they had, quote, resolved on the extermination of all the settlers of our north and southwestern territories, according to one history of that, of their meetings there. Labeled as surrogates or proxies operating on behalf of a distant tyrant, Native peoples were vilified in a larger ideological transformation that distanced colonists from British kinsmen. British policies that continued trading, diplomatic, and political relations with Indians galvanized the revolutionary struggle as colonial resentments against Indians fueled ambitions for independence. And the term merciless Indian savages and frontier inhabitants, which are both written into the last grievance of the list and causes for the Declaration's purposes, are both frontier sentiments that have very little to do with Lockean notions of property or other types of Enlightenment ideals that have long been seen as the primary motivations that fueled the emergence of American democratic principles. And the seaport elites like Franklin and Jefferson, or the Virginia gentry landowners like Washington and Jefferson, they were not as familiar with these types of resentments. These were landowners, these were merchant leaders, these were successful individuals who had not encountered the challenges of interior life and settlements. And so that anti-indigenous rhetoric and ideology that's in the Declaration, as well as a concern about frontier inhabitants, are both sentiments that are kind of developed during the aftermath of this period in this interior world. And this is just one small slice of a larger kind of history that hopefully kind of emphasizes or underscores or reveals the centrality of indigenous peoples in the making of America. That's the theme of this book. That's the argument it makes. I hope this brief kind of exposition has been moderately entertaining and hopefully helpful in some sustained form. So thank you for your patient attention. I know you have a schedule that you're on, but I'm happy to have entertain a few questions or concerns here.
First of all, this week, actually just yesterday, I had the same presentation to my students
Okay.
on how we were talking about the Revolutionary War. I said, really got to spend a lot of time on this French-Indian War.
Okay.
This is how it all got started here. And one of the things that I do, I teach, is I say, forget about that taxation without representation stuff. This land, this is the way I was taught out on the West Coast, when I went to train out there. We were developed on black hands and Indian lands. And it's something that they have a rough time getting their arms around, okay? But anyway, and the demarcation. So the demarcation, that was it. You know, when that was it like population of 16.
63, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. Anyway, the other question I have is about your book. Because I had this question for a long time. I've read Murphy's stuff on the gathering of rivers.
Mm-hmm.
And I suspect that you know a little bit about this. So, and I told my students the same thing. I said, after the French and Indian War and all these different countries have taken over this upper Great Lakes area, you got these Fox and Sock people up there mining lead, okay? And they're doing really well, okay? They're doing really well. And then all of a sudden, all these powers, and then they're having a rough time figuring out who they're trading with. It gets really complicated. And then you have that lead rush, okay? And the same people that are pushing the same white British people are hearing that, oh, we'll take that over. But anyway, that's not the question. The question is, what was the overall effect on the Fox and the Sox working in those lead mines? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, you're referencing a book by my colleague Lucy Murphy, who taught at Ohio State. She just recently retired, and she wrote a book called A Gathering of Rivers, I think is the one you're talking about. She may have had another study of Métis communities in the area, but there is a study of the upper Mississippi's indigenous mining industries, which very few people have really ever heard of or know much about. An interesting corollary may be the University of Wisconsin, many of us know, is known as the Badgers. And that recognition is not because of the animals in the state, but because of the lead miners who often look like badgers as they left the mines in the early 1800s along the Mississippi in places like outside of Eau Claire, I think, La Crosse, the kind of Mississippi River settlements. And we may not be that familiar with the geography of the Great Lakes here. But if you were to look at our map of federally recognized tribes, you would see very few federally recognized tribes in a lot of the agrarian regions of what was known as the Old Northwest Territory: Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and Wisconsin. There are a dozen federally recognized tribes in Wisconsin. Nearly all of them reside north of the kind of agrarian divide that divides the woodlands regions from the southern parts of the state. It's also similar in the state of Michigan. So these settlement areas became heavily coveted by farmers and ranchers, and indigenous peoples, for a whole variety of reasons and ways, were kind of pushed either north or west or even towards places like Oklahoma, sometimes through U.S. government and military escort. So there is this kind of larger history that is important, in part because it highlights the changing standing of indigenous peoples within North American society, and emphasizes or highlights the diversity of that experience within different kind of imperial or national or social worlds. So the Spanish, the French, and the Dutch maintained very different types of relationships with indigenous peoples than did the English. we're largely familiar with the English/American model, but these other examples highlight a different kind of alternative process that potentially had the potential to reorientate or shift later subsequent formations. Yeah, back, yeah.
Speak to the role of the Iroquois in the formation of the Albany Plan and also the American.
You know, I've been talking, having this conversation a bit. This is somewhat of a debated academic subject matter that I'm not as familiar with as I perhaps should be. But there is some suggestion, there has been some suggestion made that there is an Iroquoian imprint upon the eventual structure of the American Confederated Articles of Confederation and later U.S. constitutional system. In part because the Albany Plan of 1754 is an attempt to bring the colonies together for the first time, authored by a young Pennsylvania newspaperman by the name of Franklin. It fails. When Franklin and others are gathered in Albany in 54, right as the 7 Years' War is breaking out, right as Washington is getting defeated to their south, there are indigenous peoples very familiar to the English and the British surrounding them. And if one knows anything about Iroquoian history, which is probably the most studied indigenous history of Eastern North America, one knows that the origins of the Iroquois Confederacy predate European arrival and contact and have been enshrined in documentary and kind of cultural traditions that are still evident and intelligible, particularly to Iroquois community members who recite their founding every year at annual gatherings in their central kind of legislative chambers at the Onondaga Nation. So there are 5 nations of Iroquois peoples who come together in a pre-contact world and form a political community that is the most enduring confederation in North America to this day. They later incorporate a 6th nation known as the Tuscarora, who are leaving or fleeing South Carolina's encroachments into their land. And they become really the dominant economic and political force of particularly 17th century or the 1600s in Eastern North America. And there's a whole chapter here called, subtitled, New France and Iroquois to 1701. So chapter 3 is entirely essentially about the relations the Iroquois have with other peoples. And part of the reason the French, we've been talking about the French Empire a lot here, part of the reason the French are so powerful in the interior is that the Iroquois have pushed their allies, their Indian allies, into the interior. So the French are moving, essentially, or migrating, or sending missionaries and traders and diplomats to places like Detroit or Michilimackinac or Green Bay or other places in the interior because the Iroquois had historically been antagonistic with many of those communities. It's a very complex subject matter, but some have made the suggestion that this confederation helped inspire the kind of eventual divisions of power within the emerging British settler communities. Others have fought, really strenuously disagreed with them, and so it's an unsettled academic debate that I generally just didn't want to essentially try to take sides on, in part because part of a work of synthetic interpretation like this is meant to bring conversations together rather than side with one against another, take really, so it's an unresolved debate. But if you were to want to learn more about it, the primary protagonists on the pro-Iroquoian side are 2 scholars by the name of Johansen and Grindy, and the primary antagonist to them is someone by the name of Elizabeth Tooker, I think is her name. And so they had a debate in the early 90s about this. And most kind of conventional U.S. historians just stayed out of it because it didn't make any sense to them. And that's really been the place of most U.S. historians' relationship with Native American history is too complicated, too hard to make sense of, let's talk about, this is a little bit of aside, but let's talk about other truths. There's a very famous history of the United States recently written called These Truths, The History of the United States by the Harvard historian Jill Lepore, that has been roundly rebuked in Native American history circles for not talking about Native Americans in any really shape or form. Question in the back.
We have a question from our online audience.
Oh, good.
What's the first Yankee and like what part of that beginning of the end of the British Empire, or was that a separate war?
Which war?
Kind of like Yankee
Yankee-Pennamite
Pennamite.
War. Is there a date there? I'm not really familiar with that conflict. So I won't be able to answer that question in any detail. There are other conflicts occurring across the interior in the Carolinas, to a lesser extent Virginia, that I'm less attentive to, that I attend to less here. But it's very likely that this could become a potential larger emphasis of study in the coming years. Well, thank you all very much again. Good luck with your day-long deliberation. What's next on your program?
Thank you. Well, next we have members from the Mohegan tribe, Samantha Tondo and her colleague Kim Glover, who will be presenting
Okay.
some sessions on.
I saw that.
It's pretty cool. So,
Great.
thank you so much,
Thank
Dr.
you
Block.
so
It's a
much.
pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're going to give Sam just a couple minutes to get settled, get her computer plugged in, so you can take 5. Remember, bathrooms are down the staircase, a left and a left.
I won't embarrass you too much. You're okay up there. Oh. Where do you guys go to school? Okay, okay. And what grade? Very good. Yeah, nice.
What? So where's the remote? You're fine. This is gonna be a little more. right, folks, we're going to get started on our second session of the day. And another thank you again to Dr. Ned Blackhawk for his keynote. That was enlightening. Please buy his book. Please buy his book. All right, so next up we have some representatives from the Mohegan tribe who are going to be presenting on Indigenous studies through a Mohegan lens. So I'm going to give the floor to Sam and Kim. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Cha ni tompa, kwikwasen, nati uis pishau, nu chai Moheganak. Hello and good morning, my friends. Welcome. My name in Mohegan is Wildflower, and I am here from Mohegan. Okay. Mohegan is located today on what we now know as Uncasville, Connecticut. Raise your hand if you've ever visited Mohegan before. Hey. I see a lot of really fun faces around the room, too. I'm looking around. It's really nice. I knew that there would be 8 or 9 tables today, so there are some papers in the middle of the tables. If you're on the side and you want to participate, definitely make sure that you get to a table to have turn and talk opportunities. Each person, and I do have a very loud voice, I was a 4th grade teacher, so I'm going to step away from the mic a lot. There are packets for every person. Okay, these are for you to work through. I've heard a couple, I don't have a pen or pencil. Make sure that you're turning and talking when we do some turning and talking. Okay? We also have laminated activities that we're going to be working on. Those I would totally love to have back. But everything papers for you. Okay? All right, so this is me. I am Director of Curriculum and Instruction for the Mohegan Tribe. I work on curriculum and lesson planning. I work with teachers across the state of Connecticut, and I'm in charge of various programs, grant school programming, Teacher of the Year programming, and making sure that our educators and our students receive appropriate education across the state of Connecticut. So that's a little bit about me. I was a 4th grade teacher prior. I did 1 year of kindergarten during COVID, and I went back to 4th grade. I did. I went back to 4th grade. And then this opportunity came up, and I jumped for it. I wanted to serve my Mohegan community, and here I am. Our department, as I already talked about, works on lessons and units. We connect with schools. We lead programming. The growth is so large in our state to help with Indigenous studies and our CSDE mandate to teach Native American studies that I'm now a department of 3, which is exciting. So here's Kim.
I'm the 3rd department member. I was hired last week as a curriculum writer. Like many teachers in the room, I spent my summers for 20 years writing curriculum for the district. And so I'm well versed at that, and I come to you with this education and a very great motivation to do some good work for the Educators Project of Mohegan. I am Mohegan. I am learning the language, but I can tell you that my name is Kukutayam Wisoisut. That means yellow owl. You can pick me out there. That is 4 generations of Mohegan women. My grandmother to my left, my mother, and then my great-grandmother. They are all Redbird.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Yes, I could. I could turn on my big voice from over here, too, because I taught high school history for 20 years.
Yeah.
So,
Is it for the people online? Yeah. Okay.
oh,
Fully
you
noted.
bet you.
Thank you.
I didn't
Thank
know
you.
this is my first time doing this. So that's it for me.
Perfect. All right. And looking around the room today, I'm happy to see that we have various learners in the room. We have high school students. I'm really happy you're here. I know, way to be here, way to engage. I want to see a lot of turning and talking at your tables today. Exciting to share, too, that in a few weeks I'm actually working with Fairfield Public Schools. So I'll be working with a lot of your teachers. Okay. Today I want to build a comfortable learning environment. We'll be talking about topics. Maybe you have talked about them before, maybe you haven't, but we're here to learn together. Okay. I would like to help build your background knowledge about the Mohegan tribe, past, present, into the future. And I'm going to suggest for all of the educators in the room, or even I say educators, but you could be a student learner, you could be an adult learner, you could be using this in the classroom. And no matter what, I want to suggest topics for you to learn further about. Okay. Are there other Indigenous nations represented in the room? I would love for you to stand up because I love giving a little shout out to my sister nations and those that I work with around the community. So thank you for being here. Okay. I'm going to, yes. I'm going to do a little forcing of buddying right now. So I'm going to have you choose 2 different buddies today because I want you to work with somebody that you don't always work with, okay? You're going to turn at your table and you're going to pick somebody who is buddy number 1. Turn and talk to them, introduce yourself. All right, come on back. 3, 2, and 1. Come on back. And now a little quicker. Turn and talk and find your buddy number 2. A lot of energy. Okay. All right, and come on back. All right, high five. I'm gonna throw out all my teacher tricks today.
You can reel me
Okay.
in too.
Come on back. Okay, a lot of energy, glad we're waking up, but when you see my 5 or when you hear me start shouting a little bit, bring it on back, okay? Katop tom tamawimu to my Mohegan ancestors. Without them, I wouldn't be able to share my heritage, my culture. Without them, I would not have been passed my teachings and my knowledge and the oral tradition that has been passed to me. So it's always important that I thank them and think of them and recognize them. So this is many of them. At the end of today, you will have access to our website called the Educators Project, and it's full of lesson plans and units of study for educators or homeschool families. Students can, of course, go in there too, but it's written towards educators. And you can learn about a lot of these people in there. You have a KWL chart in front of you. This is your learning tool. I'm not collecting it. It's for you. Start with K. What do you know about the Mohegan tribe? Okay. Hopefully those with a pen can write some thoughts down. W. Make a goal for yourself today. What would you like to learn about the Mohegan tribe? Okay. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do some writing or some turning and talking. What do you know and what do you want to know? All right, and bring it on back. All right, in that last column, that third column, L, what have you learned? So you can use this space to write down your thinking, write down your next steps, and just organize your thoughts, okay? It's for you, okay? Turn the page. And I'm going to introduce to you the Trail of Life. Raise your hand if you've seen a Trail of Life before. Trails are often depicted on Mohican regalia, on basketry, on gifts that we make for ourselves and for others, and there is a lot of symbolism and meaning behind it. And I like to bring up Trail of Life because it's one easy way for you to show your personal identity or representation within the classroom, okay? So you can bring this in the classroom, you can use it during SEL, you can use it during morning circles, end of day, units of study. What's really neat about Trails of Life is you'll see up on my slide here or on your page, trails can become very intricate. Many people's trails can blend together. You have a line that goes up and down, okay? And I put a very basic one on the bottom for you as a starting point because in a moment you're going to be making your own with buddy number 1, but not yet, okay? Here are your directions first. So if you were going down on your trail of life, that's okay. If you're going down on your trail of life, it might mean that something terrible is happening in your life, but it may also mean that you are learning a lesson. Because when you are learning lessons, that brings you back up in your trail, okay? You might be learning from that lesson. You might be going down, and you might be going back up in your trail. Something good is happening to you, or you're learning. Lessons are always a learning path. You see dots along your trail of life. Those dots are the people along the way on your journey, okay? So as you are creating your own trail of life, I want you to think about how could this connect to your classroom if you're an educator in the room? How can this connect to your own life? Because everybody has their own traveling journey. Everybody has their own path. Everybody's will look different. And the trail that you make today may look different than the trail you may make tomorrow. Okay? You can think about your day, you can think about your year, you can think about your life. So, think about what are your ups and downs, you can label it. Think about the people along the way in those ups and downs. Add some symbolism and some meaning to your story. And turn and talk with buddy number 1. Go ahead. All right. I'm going to bring you on back. As I was walking around the room, high five. Okay. While I would love to do this for 4 hours, I'm just not in the schedule for it today, right? So I have to keep bringing you back and keep moving us forward. I was walking around this room and I always hear incredible thoughts. I heard from one table and they said, does somebody truly know that they're going down or up in their trail of life? Or is it perspective, or do they have to reflect? Or that's a really great question. I wanted to bring this activity up too because when you're looking at Indigenous art of tribal nations, if you're looking at a basket or if you're looking at beading, there is a lot of story within the beading, within the patterns, within the basketry. And a lot of that story is told through a trail of life. So I just want you to think a little deeper. I want you to be able to have a tool for personal identity and teaching about different designs in the classroom. I know we're online and I can totally repeat what you're saying, but would anybody else like to share what they talked about or what their table talked about? How could you use this in the classroom? Yes.
We thought it would be a good idea to use as the first lesson in our unit on first contact, so the students can do this and see like what their ups and downs are. Yeah, just like it's a good introduction.
Okay, so a great engagement lesson at the beginning of a unit of first contact study. Thank you for that thinking. One more. I also have really great teacher wait times. So. Yes.
It also just seems like a really great thing to do for people like me who are more visual or active learners. So instead of just hearing you talk about it, I can get an introduction to this and then I can do it myself.
For visual learners. I really liked, and I'm going to talk about kindergarten here, I really liked more of the hands-on visual activities for my younger learners, for my younger students. But if you're looking at a primary source of an artifact in the museum, learning about the design and the true meaning behind it tells you the story of the person who made it or the story of the person who wore it. So it just brings us a little deeper into our thinking. Okay. The need for change. So I'm going to super quickly, because I knew I was in the beginning of the day, explain the what and the why. Okay. You have laminated cards in the middle of your table because I knew you could not read this from afar, okay? So they are the small red laminated cards. This, and I'm going to explain it first, okay? These statistics came from the Indigenous Futures Survey in 2020. And the survey results were compiled from surveying 6,400 Native people around the country. And these statistics truly show us that we need a change, okay? We need a change in curriculum. We need a change in our perspectives in education. So you are going to, with your table, turn and talk about those statistics. I put 3 or 4 per table, okay? How can we change these things and make a goal for your learning or for your classroom? Turn and talk. All right, bring it on back. Talking with others, talking with colleagues is the best way for us to learn. And I do want to give you more time to turn and talk. Thank you for coming back super quickly that time. Did anybody make a next step for their classroom? Or did anybody have an aha moment of, I read this and this needs to change? Yes.
Well, we were talking about how, that idea of, like, learning history that now we know is sparse or misleading. And I do not work in the classroom, but I do work in museums. And I was talking about this with my supervisor for our historic house museum. And we were talking about the books in the shop and how we're going to go into classrooms and talk and stuff. And there was a book that came out a couple of years ago by Chris Newell, and it is a storybook.
Yep.
And it's about, like, the true story of Thanksgiving.
Sure, yep.
Especially relevant this time of year.
If I lived at the Plymouth Plantation.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
Yes. And so that idea of, like, looking to Indigenous historians and authors,
Yep.
and that are really active in the community, that are active in education, know the historiography, using those resources and spreading them, especially one as local as a Connecticut historian, writing about Plymouth. And doing that with kids is, you know, you can already establish some of those true facts while they are still learning so they don't feel misled later on, and establishing that groundwork so that they can learn more complex things as they get older. And that book does, like, unravel and kind of heal a lot of misconceptions, such as the Native people interpreted in it, or depicted in it, are wearing clothes and shoes. It's really awesome. So you don't see that.
And the babies are not. There are a lot of really great things in there. Yeah. I do recommend using that text. And I really like that within your museum, you're vetting sources for your students. Native written, Native told stories that are historically accurate. Thank you. I actually have it in my slideshow, so you'll have it before you go today. Everything in here you will have access to, so you don't have to write everything down. Everything will be in my Google Drive folder, okay? And thank you for that. A lot of what I was taught when I was younger was sparse or misleading. My teachers loved them dearly, but when I went into college, I read a book, Lies My Teacher Told Me, right? And I had to study that in college. And there were just so many things because we tippy-toed around history and we didn't want to tell the traumatic situations, or maybe we didn't know enough about them to teach it well. And I want us to change the narrative. I want us to give appropriate resources for grade levels to teach Indigenous studies in an appropriate way. And lucky for us, Connecticut State Department of Education is working on 2 big projects. We have a model curriculum coming out for K-8 and high school level resources that are being created for teachers. The 5 recognized tribes of what we now call the state of Connecticut, and I will talk about the 5 tribes in a little bit too, just for some background knowledge, but the 5 tribes are still working hard together to create resources for you. Each of the tribes has created a narrative of their tribe, so you have their tribal history, background information. Things have been created, and they will be accessible on Go Open soon. The Mohegan one is in here for you, so you can have access to it today. We are next working on who are the Eastern Woodland people and what are our commonalities, so you have that, because the mandate states that we're teaching Eastern Woodland, Northeastern Woodland peoples, okay? And we're also planning on creating an introduction to educators with pedagogy misconceptions. We have a lot of work, but we're really excited and we're really motivated. And I have 2 other people in this room right now that are on that group with us, and I'm very proud of us, okay? So what we truly need is allies in the classroom. Our tribal nations need you, okay, to teach Indigenous studies appropriately. I cannot be in every classroom, and I cannot work with every educator every year, right? But I can be here today. I can come to your school and work with your teachers, and we can start there. If you have appropriate resources, if you are able to change the way you talk about Native communities, to elevate Native voices while you're teaching it in the classroom, and to make Native representation a priority while you're teaching about it, that's what we need. Okay, here's your next activity. 10 tips to decolonize your classroom. And I'm sure many of us are doing this, or if you're in a classroom now, you may be experiencing some of these things. There are 10 tips up here. At the end of this, I want you to make one goal for yourself. We're doing small goals today because if you change one thing or bring one thing into your classroom today, then we have great learning, right? So I'm not going to read them for you. You have the strips in the middle of your table, and I want you to turn and talk. You can either, there's 4 strips per table, you can either talk as a small buddy group or as a whole group. But I want you to read them to each other to reflect and think about what you can do moving forward. Okay? Turn and talk. All right, bring it on back. High five. These are 10 suggestions that I suggest you bring into your classroom. Many of these things you're probably doing already. Were any of these maybe a surprise to some people? Yes. Present verb tense. We're still here today. Yeah. So if you were talking about Mohegans lived in dwellings of wigwams in the 1600s, well, yes, that's accurate. Do we live in them today? No, we do not. That would be appropriate, right? But how are Mohegans living today? Let's continue this script. Let's continue the present conversation. Thank you for that. One more. Did you know that there were 574 federally recognized tribes in this nation? That is a lot of communities that are federally recognized, not even counting our state-recognized tribes, and not even counting our tribes that are not recognized or are lost tribes. Many communities. Okay. Indigenous identity. So appropriate terms to use in the classroom, appropriate terms to use while learning. Always important to talk about. And I have an image from my friend Darlene over there that I use in every presentation now because it truly shows identity of Indigenous people. It does not matter the color of your skin. It is your heritage. It is your culture. Okay? So if I were to ask you, who is a Native American? What does that mean? I am a Native American. What does that mean? Yes. Yes. So I am a descendant of the first peoples that lived on this land. An indigenous presence, as you said. Indigenous, original to a land. Teachers asked me, what terms do I use in the classroom? Native American, American Indian, Indian, Indigenous, Native, capital I in Indigenous, capital N in Native. I suggest using them all while you're teaching. All of these terms are important. All of these terms have meaning. And all of these terms are represented somewhere, either in the past, in the present, maybe in the future, in government documents. If we didn't have the term Indian, though some people are afraid to use it, maybe they think it's judgmental, it is in government policies. It is in federal policies. That word is so important. The term Native American, my ancestors lived on this land before it was considered America. So Native American has a challenging meaning, but I do not want to lose that term. It's part of our past and it's part of our present, and it will probably be a part of our future. But the best practice of all is to use the name of a native nation. So if you are teaching in your classroom about a native nation, a tribe, or a group of people, use those words, use those terms. The Mohegan tribe, the Mashantucket Pequot tribal nation. If you're not sure what to call a group, go to their website. Make sure it's their website, vet that website, and see what they prefer to be called and use those words. Ask people, what do you prefer to be called, okay? I have various people in my tribe with various opinions over what they like to be called personally, using this vocabulary. Ask people. The Mohegan tribe, a native nation, okay? I also have a goal, yes? Okay. Okay. So we're looking at a person's physical appearance again, right? What do Indians look like? What do Native Americans look like? But then we step back and have that conversation of, it is a culture, it is a heritage. Okay. Learning all year long is a goal that I have for you. October and November, I am slammed. I have so many school presentations, many teachers that I'm working with, and I understand holidays in the classroom, and I understand units of study and where they're placed in the year, but I challenge you to put Indigenous studies throughout the year. Your students feel when they are represented in your classroom. Their eyes are open. So make sure it's more than one time a year. Here are terms with resources and more. So Native Hawaiian, First Nations, Alaskan Native, there are lots of terms, and these are resources for you to learn from. Did you know that there are 5 recognized tribes in the state of Connecticut? Okay, we have 2 federally recognized tribes, Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation and the Mohegan Tribe, and 3 state-recognized tribes, Eastern Pequot Tribal Nation, the Golden Hill Pawcusset Tribal Nation, and the Schaghticoke Tribal Nation. What makes a group of people a tribe? And this is so important for educators when you're teaching about tribal nations in your classroom. There are characteristics that make a tribe, and there are 6 of them. The next slide is an answer key, don't worry. But turn and talk with your group. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. What are those 6 characteristics? Go. All right, 30 seconds is up. Okay, I want to keep us moving. And we're going to go with a little bit of a shout out answer round. What makes a tribe a tribe? Go ahead. Sorry? Religion. A cultural belief system which has shared cultural traits. So not the word religion. Okay. No, don't be sorry, we're learning. Language. Some tribes are reclaiming their language. Some tribes have lost their language because we had to assimilate into society and we could not speak our languages. Mohegan Pequot language is being reclaimed right now. So, cultural traits in a belief system, language. Storytelling, I would say, would be under cultural traits. Thank you. We have to lump everything into 6 categories, so. Yes? Leadership or a government structure, yes. Location, a shared location. Yeah. Yes. I would consider that government structure. Okay. Arts, I would consider that cultural traits and shared cultural traits. Yeah. But all of these things are represented in tribes. There are 2 more. I couldn't hear what that was, but. A bloodline or a family tree, absolutely. Where are you a descendant from? What makes up your tribe? Okay. And the last one is economy, an economic system. Okay, a way of surviving. And you'll have those answers. Revisit that KWL chart. Can you add anything to it? What have you learned? What would you still like to learn? If you don't have a pen, that's okay. Oral tradition. High five. Bring it on back. Thank you. Oral tradition. Storytelling is a standing tradition in all Native nations. Our stories are told to teach lessons, to spread themes, to create morals. Our elders specifically hold on to some of those stories and share it with our youth. I share stories specifically to educate my community around me. Here are many of the central themes. It's a short list here. There are many more than this, but this gets you started. And storytelling continues culture, okay, and preserves the past. And I have a story for you today. I'm going to tell you a super short story, though I love to embellish, and I'm allowed to. But this is one of our oldest Mohegan stories. And if I'm telling you a story, I have to follow my traditional practices. The story is a circle. And in a circle, there are 4 directions. So I have 4 steps to tell you that story. Step 1, you must listen. You have 2 ears to hear both sides. A person at this table may learn a different lesson than a person at that table. Because as you listen to the story, whatever you are learning is what you are ready to learn. I may tell a story for a specific reason and add certain things for you. And if you don't get it, I may change some of what I'm telling you to help you learn that lesson. Step 2, you must observe. You have 2 eyes to see what is hidden and what is apparent. Okay, these are our Mohegan teachings. So you have to listen, you have to observe. Next, you have to remember. If you don't remember the story, it was as if you were never told it in the first place. And how eye-opening is that? And if you remember that story, you can then share it with others. And it's that 4th direction that helps you continue that circle to listen and tell the story again, okay? So with my story today, I'm going to tell this story to you with a basket. This is a small basket. I usually tell this story with a larger basket, but I brought a lot with me today, so I was very resourceful, okay? And this basket is made of wood splint, and it is not solid. There are holes in this basket, okay? There was an old Indian man that traveled a long journey. He was traveling a long journey, and it was a cold, cold day. He was traveling so far, but he started smelling something so, so sweet in the distance. And he traveled to that sweet smell. And it was the sweet of apple cider. So he followed that smell, and he saw some smoke in the distance. That's where he traveled to. And he went to somebody's home, and he said, "Chuck, Wequasin, may I please have some of that cider?" And the old man that answered the door said to him, "You may have as much cider as you can fit in that basket. But my basket has holes in it." Right? Okay. My other basket is way larger with bigger holes, so it'd be easier to see, but sorry. Okay. You can have as much cider as you can fit in that basket. Katop Tom Tamawish, thank you so much. May I come back tomorrow? Sure. You have to use that basket. So I went on my travels, and my basket needed a drink. It is made of wood splint. It cannot dry out. I found a brook with some fresh water, and I dipped my basket in that brook, and I waved it in the air a little bit. It was a cold, cold, cold day. And I said, "Thank you to the Creator for giving me this day. I'm so thankful." I dipped that basket again and again, and one more time for that 4th direction. Okay. Then I ended. I traveled early back to that home. Quequasin, good morning. May I please have some of that cider? Yes, you may. You can have as much cider as you can fit in that basket. Well, thank you. And he filled up my basket, and I drank that cider, and it was so delicious and so sweet. And that old man said to me, "Would you like some more for your travels?" Yes, please. And I took some more for my travels. Wamish, be well, have a good day. Okay? So that was my story. What central themes did you learn in that story? And I'm going to have you think quietly to yourself for this one. Did you learn anything about thankfulness, the Creator, honoring life? I added in 4 directions, some Mohegan language. But did you learn anything? Did anything happen in that story? Who would like to share? Yes. And what was the point of view? I am that person. Connecting to past generations. Thank you. What did somebody else get from that story? Because you may not have gotten that, right? Yes.
That you worked with nature to fill the holes in your basket because the water created, in my head, it created ice and filled the holes. And so by working with nature.
I did work with nature. That water did create ice. This story is called the Watertight Basket Story, and I never tell my learners the title, and I never show them the picture to give it away before I tell it, because whatever you are learning is what you were meant to learn in that story. It is a published short story. I obviously said way more words than that. Once I share this story with you, you are welcome to tell this story as long as you follow those 4 steps and you remember and you share with other learners. And this will get you started. But remember, it's oral tradition. You're telling it. You are not just reading it. Okay? So the Mohegan tribe. This is our migration story and our roots. We were the Lenni Lenape. Have you heard of the Lenni Lenape before, the Delaware tribe? That is where we migrated from. That tribe divided into 3 clans, the Turties. I said that yesterday too, the Turties. The turtles, the turkeys, I blended them together. The turtles, I know, my brain. The turtles, the turkeys, and the wolves. And the Wolf clan voyaged for better resources towards New York. Hunting, shellfishing. We know there are plentiful resources towards our area with the water sources. Sachem Uncas, and that is our first chief of the Mohegan tribe, Sachem Uncas was born a Pequot, and he lived in Pequot. And he had some challenges and decided that he wanted to create his own community. He and his followers, over 300 years ago, traveled to a hunting ground to his family and then resided west of the Thames River, and Pequots resided east of the river, as they still do today. Connecticut, the land of the long tidal rivers. So if I tell you what the word Connecticut means, Connecticut, we're looking at the resources of that land. We live on the land of the long tidal river. We don't live in a large rectangle, right? And that is where the Wolf people stayed. So Uncas, and you can learn way more, way deeper into this on the Educators Project, but we only have 90 minutes. He lived through challenging times and survival was threatened in the 1600s. If you know much about that historic time period, it was hard. Settlers and colonizers came, they wanted our land, they wanted our resources, and Sachem Uncas formed an alliance with the English colonists, and because of some of those decisions, it was challenging. He always remained true to his Mohegan people, and we are still here today. Okay. We have a huge connection. The land is so important, as you heard through some of our oral tradition story. Our creation story, which you can access later, life started on Grandfather Turtle's back. And Grandfather Turtle is sacred to us. That is my teaching tool, turtle, not what turtles look like. And I would like you to look at that turtle for a moment and make a connection between the numbers 13 and 28. There are 13 scutes in the middle of a turtle's shell, local turtles, and 28 around the edges. How can you connect that to time, nature, land? Yes.
13 moons.
There are.
8 days.
Oh my goodness gracious, gold star. There are 13 lunar moons, and in each of those moons, there are 28 days. The turtle is our timekeeper, okay? And within this slideshow and in the middle of your table, we'll be talking about the 13 moons in a moment. These are the 13 moons of the Mohegan tribe. And you may have learned of some of them before. The harvest moon, the strawberry moon, the beaver moon, okay? And here they are. So why, first question, if I told you that our year starts in spring, our first moon starts in spring, why? I heard harvest, but harvest is more so towards the end of the summer, the fall. Rebirth, spring, things growing, the cycle of life. Very good. So you are going to look at the packet in front of you with some of our 13 moons. I want you to discuss, and this is a quick turn and talk, but what are the names of the moons? What are the meaning of the moons? And how can these fit into your curriculum or topics in your classroom? It's the laminated packet. Turn and talk. All right, come on back. I heard a few comments. One comment being, I've heard of many of these moons before. Another comment being, wow, it really relates to the land and what's going on at the time of the year. Okay. I can personally tell you how a lot of these moons and topics can fit into the elementary school classroom. Okay. Middle school, high school could be a little more challenging, but I know that educators are very creative. And I know sometimes we just have to check in with our students and have those morning circles. So this is a good way to connect your students to the land, to the natural world around them. Okay. We're going to put that down and keep moving because we are almost out of time. We have 8 minutes. Okay. This is our tribal seal, and we're going to talk about symbolism again. And this is symbolism that you can learn from, that you can use in your classroom. The next slide will connect it to your schools. This symbolism, this seal, was created using symbols from baskets of the past, regalia of the past, stories of the past of Mohegan. And looking at this symbol, look at that circle in the center, that red circle. So front table, let's make sure we're looking at that red circle. Okay, I don't want you to miss this. It's right on the screen. Oh, yeah. So that red circle, that's the center of life. That's where life starts. Red is the color of women. Okay? And around that circle, there are 13 circles. What do those 13 circles represent? Certainly the moons, the scutes on the back of the turtle shell, right? And when this was created, it represented 13 generations since Uncas. So we are always recognizing 13 generations past and 13 generations into the future, celebrating and planning. There are 4 semicircle domes. They are blue, and they are pointed in the 4 directions. Never eat soggy waffles. North, east, southwest, right? They are in the shape of the sky dome, the turtle shell, and our wigwam dwellings. We have 4 sacred trees pointing out. The 2 on the bottom, they reach down to our ancestors. And the 2 on the top reach up to our future generations. So all of this put together, Fidelia Fielding, she was known as the last fluent speaker of the Mohegan tribe, but not anymore because we're reclaiming our language. Her favorite expression was Munduwigo, which is the creator is good. And that's why that went on our flag. If you are connecting land, connecting tribal nations, connecting symbolism to your school, I always want you talking about who lived on the land that your school sits on today before your school was there. What indigenous nation resided there? And I have resources for you to research that. I also want you to look at, and this gets into very interesting conversations with students, but do you have a logo for your school? A symbol, a flag, a mascot, maybe things that have changed over time? What were your old symbols? What are your new symbols? Why did it change? Who picked it? The story of your school and the story of the school before your school was a school. Making those land connections. Mohegan is a sovereign nation. We are a nation within a nation. We have a government. We independently determine our own fate on our land. And we have a responsibility to provide for our tribal members, resources, education, healthcare. And we have to make sure that we keep that independence and that sovereignty so that we do not lose what we have worked so hard to get back. We have a constitution, which is super interesting for students to dig into. That's online. And we have court systems. This is our government and economic structure. I'm going to run through this super quick because you can always learn more on your own. We have a council of elders. That is who I work for. They are in charge of upholding our cultural integrity. Our culture must stay alive. Our culture must be passed to future generations. That is their job. Everybody on that council, as well as the tribal council, are voted in members of society. They have terms, and they are voted in by the Mohegan people. After 4 years, if they are not wanted by the tribe, somebody else is voted in. Okay? It's important to have good leaders. Our tribal council is in charge of our management board of Mohegan, more of the economic side of things, the businesses. Because of those businesses, we are able to have cultural opportunities. We have current ceremonial leaders. Chief Lynn Malerba. Have you heard of Chief Lynn Malerba? She is our current U.S. Treasurer. She's incredible. She represents Indian country in Washington, D.C. We have fire keepers, lodge keepers, pipe carriers. We've had medicine women throughout the century, and you can learn more in that link about those roles. We're going to skip the chart. Okay. I'm also going to skip this activity, but you will have this to do another time. If you want to focus on historic resiliency, I have 2 people in the Mohegan Nation that were responsible for bringing our land back and keeping our language. Emma Baker, and there's a whole lesson on her in the Educators Project. We had a 16-acre Mohegan burial ground that was torn down, and the Masonic Temple was built on top of it in Norwich, Connecticut. And the Mohegan tribe had to work really hard and pay a lot of money to rebury a lot of the graves of our people, and we built a monument to honor them. A lot of our lands were desecrated. Fidelia Flying Bird Fielding, when she was 8 years old, when she was in school, she was whooped by her educators for speaking her Mohegan language. So I told you that she was the last fluent speaker of the Mohegan tribe. If she was able to speak her language, would that have happened? Food for thought. Indigenous land. I want you to teach about indigenous land and learn more about indigenous land. And through this resource, Native Land Digital, it's a website, you type in your town. I want you to show this to students instead of the rectangle Connecticut that shows where our tribes and territories were hundreds of years ago. I want you to use this resource because it truly shows overlapping boundary lines, how tribes worked together, how we were everywhere before European colonization. And if you had to find where you lived on this map, if you had to migrate, how on earth would you find it? You would really have to understand those resources, those rivers to travel on, those tribes to communicate with. So it brings up great questions for students to change the narrative of how we were taught to think about land. Here is, I said plantation earlier, I was wrong. If you lived during the Plymouth Thanksgiving, that's what the book was. Right up here. We need to vet our sources for our classrooms. We need to select books and materials that have accurate depictions of Native people, and they represent specific Native people, both past and present. Don't just keep us in the past. There are really great books, all of these I suggest, or go to American Indians in Children's Literature to vet those sources. The Google Drive folder link is on here too, and I have book lists in there that I suggest. Cultural appropriation versus appreciation. Really honing in on, let's learn with our tribal communities. Let's bring them into our classrooms. Let's go to their museums. Let's learn with them, and then teach about them. Not just dressing up or having plays or appropriating, right? We're coming up on Halloween. So culture is not costume. These are ways to participate with us. Our Tanaquidgeon Museum, we go to schools with outreach programming, all free of charge. We also have a challenge grant application that is open right now for educators, and we provide all of these opportunities plus $1,000 towards your classroom supplies. Okay, and I have a ton of extra resources that I'm going to click through because I'm about to finish up. Suggested topics. Here's our Educators Project login. Here is the Google Drive folder. It is the last page of your packet. All of these QR codes are on. The Mohegan Challenge Grant. And Katatom Tamawimu, thank you for learning with us today. I hope that if you learned one thing, this time was well worth it. I have business cards if you need to email me. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks to Sam, thanks to Kim.
Yes.
Happy first new week on your new job, by the way. I hope it's going well. This is your first week, right?
Second week.
Second week, excuse me.
Second week, yeah.
So you're a pro now. All right, so we're going to grab a quick lunch. It's a working lunch. Then Becky Gomez is going to be doing another session, a working lunch session with us at around 12:05. So help yourself to some food, beverages. Again, bathrooms are downstairs, a left and a left. HDMI. I can move the podium. I can move the podium for you.
It probably for an hour isn't going to need to be plugged in, but I'll keep this here in case we have an emergency.
All right, yeah, just give me the high sign and I can. I think there's some extension cords.
Okay.
In fact, you know what? Pardon my reach here. There might be. Here, if you want to plug it in, it looks like they've got something
Potentially there.
hooked up
Thank
here.
you.
You're very welcome. You may have a charge.
Okay.
Not confident.
All right.
But I'm about
Thank you
60%.
so much.
No, thank you.
Hi, I'm Natalie. I'm going to be introducing you. So
Okay.
do you want me to, Becky is all right, or do you want to go by
You can just say Becky Gomez, Director of Education from National.
And I'm just going to pull up. I had your LinkedIn pulled up just because since I have to say it. So just like that.
Yes.
Okay. That's all right.
Do you have 8?
I love your boots. Those are everything.
Thank you so much.
Right, everyone. Could I have your attention, please? I know we are enjoying our lunch, but I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to the front of the room. I'm Natalie Belanger. I'm a Nash board member, and I'm very happy to give Allison a break from host duties and introduce our next presenter. She is Rebecca Lord Gomez. She is the Director of Education and Recreation for the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation, and she's going to lead us a working lunch session for us. So everyone, welcome Rebecca.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Now, I want you to make sure that you are fully enjoying your lunch today as we are working together, but I do want to note that I am going to put you to work while you're eating. So in order for us to work together, in the center of your tables is a handout. The handout is labeled The Four Corners Sourcing and History, history class. If you could please just take a moment to make sure that everyone at your table has one. I also want to name that there's more people here today than we thought would be here. And so there's a potential that at each table, there might be one pair who has to share a copy. I apologize that I don't have extras. So go ahead and just make sure everyone has that. And like happens in all good history classes, I am going to ask you to be annotating. So make sure you have a good writing utensil with you as well, because we will be reading some documents together and marking them up. Now, as you finish getting settled, my name is Rebecca Lord Gomez. You can call me Becky. I am the Director of Education and Recreation for the Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation. I myself am not a tribal member. I am not Indigenous. And so I feel so lucky to be able to represent Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation as the leader of the Education and Recreation Department. So I actually just started this role last December. I am from Norwich originally, but I moved away for 20 years, and I began my teaching career in the South Bronx. I taught in Brooklyn for a while, and then I spent the last 10 years in Newark, New Jersey. Had a baby, started looking for jobs in Connecticut and Rhode Island. My parents are in Westerly, and that led me to Mashantucket, and it has been such a wonderful ride. I really enjoy working for the nation. Definitely different than a school system. Those of us who are teachers, definitely different. So really excited to have you all here. When I was teaching in Newark, I was a history teacher, an academic dean, and then a curriculum director. And so my true passion is history pedagogy. And so a lot of the presentations I give are actually on the best practices in teaching history, hence sourcing in history class, which is directly relevant to topics related to Indigenous cultures and history. So today I'm going to introduce you to a tool that I've used both in my own classroom and also as a curriculum director. I oversaw 26 middle school history departments in Boston, Rochester, Newark, and Brooklyn. And so my teachers use the same tool, and it's really fantastic. Not only is it engaging, but it prepares students really well for the rigors of disciplinary thinking in late high school and also in college. So I'm really excited to dig into this. Before we dig in, though, I just want to make sure that I'm giving credit where it's due. My work as a history curriculum designer has been heavily influenced by the work of Sam Weinberg and the Stanford History Education Group. Some of you may be familiar with him and his work. If you are familiar, if you could just raise your hand so I can kind of get a scope. Yep, fantastic. If you're not familiar, I do encourage you to take a look at SHEG. It's a fantastic website. Teachers, but also students, can really challenge you in the way that you think about history and your analysis of primary source documents. So if you like what you experience here in our session today, make sure that you check that out. And so to get started, we're going to examine what four corners sourcing actually looks like. On your handout on page 2, if you could flip there, you're going to find a primary source document that has been marked up by a student using the four corners sourcing method. I'm going to provide you with just a little bit of context about this document and what lesson this would have come from. This document comes from one of the SHEG lessons. It's on King Philip's War. And the inquiry prompt is, what caused King Philip's War of 1675? You may or may not be familiar with the context of King Philip's War, and that's okay for the purposes of this particular exercise. I can talk to you about that at another time if you want to dig into it. But your goal for right now is to study that prompt, read the document, and consider the student annotations. As you do so, I'd like you to consider the following 2 questions, and you have a space to jot down your responses at the bottom of page 2. What are the keys to the exemplary four corners annotations? And how will four corners annotations influence the strength of historical discourse in writing in history class? Go ahead and just take, I think we can probably review this and answer those questions in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, go ahead. And because we're enjoying a nice lunch, I'm going to put on some music for us as we do this. If I can pause you for just a moment. So for the sake of timing, I'm going to ask that we start by doing this independently. You will have a moment to discuss, okay? We have a little bit less than 3 minutes. Go ahead. All right, everyone, I'm going to bring you back together for a moment. If I can have your attention, please. Thank you. There are going to be moments throughout my session where I do ask that we respect people who are looking at the packets just silently for a few moments, okay? You will always have opportunity to discuss, and at the end of our session together today, we're going to have a whole group discourse that will allow us to reflect on the four corners. So I am going to give you another minute and a half, and I do ask that we keep our voices off so that we can respect individuals as they're reading, okay? Thank you. All right, it sounds like we're ready to discuss. Go ahead and turn and talk to the people at your table. The answer to these two questions: what are the keys to exemplary four corners? And how will this influence discourse and writing? Do we have a group question, or do you want me to come to you? Go ahead. Yeah, thank you so much. So the question was, what are those abbreviations in the four corners? Top left is point of view. Top right is historical context. Bottom left is intended audience. Bottom right is author's purpose. You also have author's claim and significant statement, which I'll get into in just a moment. I'm curious to see if any of you can determine what that means and what the function is. So go ahead and turn and talk. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and bring it together, please. Let's bring it together. All right, I do want to hear some share-outs here. So what are the keys to the exemplary four corners? What made this student successful? Great, thank you. So I heard from someone up front here, there's a clear literal comprehension of the text. Where is that evidence? Where do you see evidence of that? Great, so I see that it's not over-annotated, or I heard that it's not over-annotated. There are some subclaims. There's a final claim at the end that, puts all of those subclaims together. What else? Yes? Fantastic. And specifically in inquiry, it helps students to practice the skill of corroboration, right? How does this document answer the prompt? Other thoughts? That's okay, because just like Sam, I have the answers for you. So on the next page of your handout, this is a little bit of a note-taking section. You can jot down all of the different components of Four Corners, and history teachers in the room, and history students. I'm sure that these are all things that you actually already do in your classes. This just helps to codify a little bit more best practices. So let's go ahead and dig in. 3 out of the 4 corners are connected to sourcing, and students should be able to fill these out fairly completely even before reading the document itself. They should use what they already know about the topic as well as their analysis of the source line to complete these 3 boxes. But they should obviously add more details as they see fit when they read the actual source itself. And so we'll start with the author's point of view. You can jot down any notes here that resonate with you. Students consider not just the author's name, but also they consider the author's geographical location, job or role, race, gender, political affiliation, etc. We go a lot more than beyond just what this person's name is. This helps them to start thinking about the author's potential motive or purpose, and also results in students' ability to begin thinking about potential biases or limitations, while also encouraging them to begin corroborating multiple sources. Now, sometimes a student's source line includes historical context. We're going to have a document today that does include that. The scope or the dates, though, within the source line are the biggest hint about what students should be thinking about. They need to ask themselves what they know about the topic and this time period, and they should brainstorm associated academic vocabulary connected to the period, often which is pre-taught before inquiry. In order to determine an audience, students need to start by asking what type of source they're considering. So, is this a speech? Is it a letter? Is it an article? Is it an artifact, etc.? This is going to open the door to them being able to think through who the author may have wanted to listen to them. And so once students have sourced their document, they can actually read the body of the text, which you see this student did. You name that there are not just 4 corners, and we actually started to dig into the SIG statement and AC a little bit more. So while reading the text, students need to identify the key lines that demonstrate the author's argument and then paraphrase them. Those are their subclaims. Only after they understand what the author is arguing can they determine why the author's making that argument, and that's that author's purpose. If any of you are middle school teachers, I find that especially for middle schoolers, but I would imagine also probably for high schoolers, that author's purpose is the hardest because it takes a deep understanding of not only what the text is saying, but the historical time period, who the author is, who the audience is. It's all of the sourcing put together. And then we did discuss the SIG statement. That is a really great way for students to start practicing corroboration and answering a prompt. And so that's kind of the boring part, right? That's our overview. I want to jump in right now and actually dig into a little bit of a simulation. And so here's what I'd like you to do. Back in your handout on the following page, page 4, you have a student-facing handout. This comes from a 6th grade history lesson on a prompt that could be relevant for what is upcoming, Thanksgiving. And so here's what I'd like you to do. We're going to pretend that we are middle schoolers. We can say, let's say 8th grade. We have a lot of high school students here, so not too far off from where you are. We're going to dig into a lesson. So right now at the top of the page, of page 4, is what would be the first activity in the lesson, probably after the do now. Students are in the classroom, they're settled, and you're about to dig in. I'm going to go into teacher mode, and I ask that you all are in student mode, but you can be adult students, those of you who are adults. So let's go ahead and get started. And scene. So now we've discussed textbooks often have a really interesting perspective on what happened in the past. There's a lot of details that we can learn from them. However, we know that they don't always tell the full story. So in just a moment, you're going to read an excerpt from a textbook about the first Thanksgiving feast of 1621. As you read, I want you to ask yourself, what facts do you think are accurate, and what do you think might be missing? You're going to go ahead and take 3 minutes, mark up that textbook excerpt, and jot down the author's claim. Go ahead, 3 minutes. Once again, to our buddies in the front here, if we could make sure that we keep our voices off so that our colleagues can go ahead and dig into the activity. Thank you. All right, I want to thank all of you so much for engaging fully. I understand there hasn't been a break, and it's kind of hard to do this during lunch, so I really appreciate you. I want to give you the time now to turn and talk to the people at your table. What, based on this textbook, really happened at that first Thanksgiving in 1621? Go ahead. All right, and if I can please bring you back together. So we're not going to share that out right now, but I know that I love reading textbooks, and they often include good information. But I'm excited to see if we can go a little bit deeper in today's story. At the bottom of the same handout page you were just looking at is today's prompt. Can someone please read that for us? Great. I want to give you all 60 seconds to break down that prompt. There are two things that I want you to do. If you could jot down the type of historical thinking that you'll need to do today for this prompt, and then any outside evidence that you know, anything about this time period, or anything connected to the themes from this time period. 60 seconds to do that. Go ahead. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and pull it together. Thank you. What type of historical thinking will you be doing using this prompt today? Yes, what type of historical thinking will you be doing today when considering this prompt? Or what types? Yes? Contextualization, very nice. Any other types of historical thinking? Absolutely, it's an inquiry. Other thoughts? Awesome, great. And I want to add one to the list, that's argumentation. Now, in terms of outside evidence, you all had a whole bunch down on your pages. So I'm going to say a couple of key terms that we learned in our last class, and I'd like you to jot them down if you didn't have them on your page. You can make sure that you have down Massachusetts Bay, Pilgrims and Puritans, broader context of New England colonization, the Pequot War, which we recently learned about, King Philip's War, and also a very important key term, settler colonialism, that we can apply outside of this time period as well. We're now ready to get to the bottom of answering this question by considering two sources. Team, you're going to look at two documents. I'm going to break them up, and we're going to have discussion between the two of them. If you flip to the next page in your packet, you'll find document 1. Now, you see that the 4 corners are set up for you, as well as a box for you to jot down your author's claim and your significance statement. Can someone remind me again what the significance statement is? What should you put down there? Pop quiz. What is it? That's your response to the prompt. So how does this text help you to answer the prompt? That's how we can start to activate those skills of corroboration. I'm going to give you 7 minutes to read and annotate. Make sure you're filling out all 4 corners, as well as your author's claim and author's purpose. And team, once again, I'm going to ask us to keep our voices off because we will be having discussion afterwards, and you can share then. Go ahead and take 7 minutes. I love that I see so many of us with our pens moving across the page. Gotta jot down those 4 corners. All right, it sounds like you're ready to discuss. Turn and talk to the people next to you. Based on your reading of this document, what really happened at that first Thanksgiving feast in 1621? Go ahead. Can you share that out? Maybe not, but actually maybe. All right, everyone, let's bring that together. So, we're going to have a discussion right now, and discussion, as you all know, goes best when we have people who are willing to speak up. And so I ask that for any question that I ask, we have brave volunteers. And I'd like it to be a discussion amongst yourselves. My goal is to facilitate, not to actually lead it. So, what happened during that first Thanksgiving feast in 1621? Hey, Sam and I know each other well. I'm also real good at that wait time. Yes.
My table maker had the best answer, is that the Indians crashed Pilgrim's Party.
Okay, what's your evidence?
Well, they were already celebrating, and then all of a sudden, he says the Indians came amongst us. So, they had gone out to hunt these birds, and they were celebrating, and then the Indians were out.
Got it. Other evidence to support that claim? That perhaps the indigenous peoples crashed the party?
Many of the Indians came among us, and their greatest king came with them, some 90 men, whom for 3 days we entertained and feasted. Sorry.
I think that the idea that you crashed it, which you see as being negative, but at the end it says you were not to share food with the Indians.
Can you say that a little bit louder?
The idea that they crashed their party or whatever it was, it comes with this negative connotation, but at the end, it says that Edward Winslow and the other colonists were happy to have shared with the Indians.
Other thoughts? Yes.
Well, it's somewhere along the line, the Pilgrims and Massasoit had a treaty with the Indians, with the colonists, that they protect each other from their common enemies, which was another tribe. And so when they heard the guns going off, they came to support the Pilgrims. It wasn't crashing the party, but rather it was part of the treaty obligation. That to me makes much more sense, and is equal to both sides.
Very interesting. Okay. So we're discussing here that maybe perhaps our choice of words matters tremendously, right? Did the indigenous people crash, or what was it actually? Let's talk about Winslow's words. Winslow himself was a separatist, right? He was a pilgrim. How does that come into play? Why does that matter when we're considering the source?
What, his words?
What was that?
Why does his words matter?
Why does it matter that he was a separatist? Yes.
Because that it's in the context of multiple sources of power or claims to power, rather than just one representative.
Absolutely. So power has something to do with that. Other thoughts? Yes.
The title of the source makes me wonder, like, is this to explain to people in England what's going on? Is it to explain to people in the future, like, this is what we did, we started this whole thing? So, you know, and then that creates a question of, okay, is he misleading us with making it sound like everything is more pleasant than it was, or is it the truth? I don't know that.
Absolutely. And I love that you're bringing in another one of our corners, that's intended audience. And actually, two of them. Author's purpose is coming into play here. Yes.
The colonists sort of, they were backed by people in England who
provided finances. And so here we are putting a spin on an activity or a situation to say to the benefactors, yeah, you know, we're doing fine, keep the money coming.
Interesting, digging into author's purpose again, and that's real, right? You can't blame him. They need that money to survive. To what extent, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to add that one of the things that we kind of talked about too is this, at the very end, speaking about his words particularly, he says, we are so far from one that we were happy to share food with the Indians, which seemed very paternalistic. Like, hey, England, we're doing so good, we're going to help these people who are already here.
Right.
I love that you pointed that out. To what extent, oh, good, so many more people want to chat. Go ahead.
And then it's conditional, because it was a good practice, and if it hadn't been, maybe not so much.
Interesting. To what extent does this document corroborate the textbook reading that we started with? I'm just going to take one or two voices for this. Yes, go ahead.
I mean, I think it corroborates some specific aspects, like mass custodian joining them and then 90 men joining them, but it leaves out any relation and any, you know, role that the communities played in their success.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Do you think that Indigenous people would see this the same way? Why or why not? Whose voice are we missing right now in this discussion? Yeah, right, exactly. So let's go ahead and turn to document 2 and we'll hear from an Indigenous person. I want to give you 7 minutes again. Please start by sourcing the document. As a reminder, everyone, before you even dig into the body of the text, make sure that you're filling out your author's point of view, your historical context, and your intended audience. You can find that information from the source line. And I want to say, much to my chagrin, there's an issue with the historical context that's provided there. Bonus points to anyone who can figure it out. 7 minutes, go ahead. As you start to feel ready, you can turn and talk to the people at your table. Please know you do have ample time, but when you're ready, now based on your reading of both documents, what actually happened at that first Thanksgiving feast in 1621? All right, let's go ahead and bring that back together. Thank you. Well, we're going to talk about that. Let's bring it back together. I see some of you are eager to discuss this sourcing, so let's do it as a group. Thank you. All right. So, what actually happened at that first Thanksgiving feast in 1621? Yes.
The way I read it, according to this, the Wampanoag were afraid they were possibly in danger, so they went to make sure they weren't, and they stayed to make sure they weren't being lied.
Okay. I want you to talk to me in text. Give me some evidence to back up that assertion. Yes.
Guns and cannons as a celebration, which alerted us because we didn't know who they were shooting at. And so it says that they gathered up some 90 warriors and showed up at Plymouth prepared to engage in case they were taking any of our people. It was a fact-finding mission.
What do we make of that?
They went through this whole trouble of creating a treaty with instructions, right? If this happens, we'll do that. If this happens, we'll do that. When the first chance they get, they make this whole hellacious racket to celebrate, like shooting guns up in the air, and then it brings everybody coming. It's like the way of pregnancy.
Other thoughts? Yes.
Yeah, I think the other document there, written by the English one, really emphasized the friendly relationships between the Pilgrims and the Wampanoag, but this one seems to show that the Wampanoag were much more cautious and wary of the English colonists, and did not necessarily feel welcoming and friendly.
We're starting to dig into some of the ways that these documents are different, but how do they corroborate one another? How are they similar? Yes?
Everybody ate together.
Okay, so there was a feast, there was eating. How else?
The treaty?
What is that?
The treaty?
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of very specific details here. What else? Yes? Okay, so the time. How does sourcing come into play for this document? Consider your four corners. Yes?
The year is 2017, so we were just wondering if is it a primary source document? How did this story get told? How did the story get passed down?
Define primary source for me. First-hand account, okay. It's primary, so it's, okay, first. I'm sorry? What if I told you that this potentially was created at the time of the event? What do you make of that? How could that be?
So is it an oral story?
So why does historical context matter? Or context generally about indigenous culture and history?
I was going to say it depends on the culture and the society and the area, because that oral traditions and oral storytelling was pivotal in this culture, but in other societies we know they've been written. So, there's a danger of thinking like, oh, the Europeans have oral history, so they're going to rewrite a different version of history.
Okay.
And if it is rewritten, how is it translated to English and into written form?
Could you hear that back there? If it is rewritten, how is it translated? How is it readable, accessible to different peoples? Why didn't I just pull a primary source or a primary written source from 1621, from the indigenous perspective?
Because there probably weren't any written down.
So, in my mind, whether or not we want to label this a primary source, just in my mind, I think that the one from 1621 is definitely more trustworthy because it's from 1621. Agree or disagree? Agree? Why? Go ahead.
Because that's at the time of when it happened, and that's a long time in between.
We know how memory works. I can't remember yesterday, right? Okay. Other thoughts? Yes.
I would just kind of say the inverse of that is they are equally problematic in different ways. We talk about there being a bias in the British account based on the story they want to tell, and there would be a similar potential problems with oral history changing over time and the story they want to tell.
So we have the argument out there that both sources are potentially biased. Has anyone read a primary source or any source that's not biased? I'd love for you to show me it. So what can we make of this? Which one corroborates the textbook more? Go ahead and turn and talk to the people next to you. Which one corroborates the textbook more? For the sake of time, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to pull you back together. I'm sure we can discuss this all day, but I don't know. Let's go ahead and vote on our fingers. 1, if you think document 1 better corroborates the textbook. 2, if you think document 2 better corroborates the textbook. Or 3, if you're not sure, or it's somewhere in between. Go ahead. I'm seeing mostly 1s and 3s and not 2s. To what extent can we trust the textbook? Go ahead.
Well, that's kind of why we're all here. So can we trust the dominant narrative kind of oral stories we really can?
Right.
I was struck by the fact that none of your original sources for considering oral history, none of them mentioned corn. The only corn reference is the textbook reference, and maybe textbook often makes a big deal out of corn.
Interesting. So we're seeing that there are some things in the textbook that aren't mentioned at all in the primary, secondary, whatever you want to call those sources that we read afterwards. Other thoughts?
This is such like a pain prick in time, and so like none of these sources really even like hint at what's to come or what happened before, and so it just feels in some ways so disingenuous as you're reading it to say like I understand this relationship based on this one singular event.
I know.
Danger of a single story.
Danger of a single story, and that's what makes it so hard to study history. These people didn't know what was coming next, so they couldn't possibly predict the future. Go ahead.
The second document shows that there's this tension between the groups that you don't get from the textbook or the first source. And like back to the question of is the oral story telling reliable? It might even if that's not exactly how it happened, we understand that the understanding today is that there's distrust or there should have been distrust. And why? What's all the stuff that happened since that first Thanksgiving? You have to fill in the gaps rather than just focusing on this one moment in history that doesn't tell us much about the relationship between these two groups.
Absolutely. Yes.
In light of current issues in America, gun violence, it is fascinating that the oral history account so much features guns.
Yeah, I thought about that too.
Suggesting suggesting, I'm worried about the sources. The Indians identify, they themselves have adopted guns, but they identify the English really believe in guns.
Right.
And in fact, it's gunfire that alerts them to the possibility that they're hunting that game with Indians. And their suspicion of the English, the pilgrims is so great that the account ends with the notation still regarded as savages, but in spite of the treaty, they're still highly suspicious of the English. I wonder why.
Me too. Yeah. So, if you were in my classroom, you would actually next have the opportunity to revise the textbook given your new understandings. We're not going to do that for right now, for time's sake, and also because you are not children who would be held accountable for doing an exit ticket. You'll see on the next page, just if you're someone who's a teacher and is interested in using this lesson or this type of lesson, an alternative end to the lesson, having students actually answer the prompt, and you'd want to make sure that their argument includes elements of all of the pieces they read, and then providing 2 pieces of evidence, hopefully one from each of the documents, to support their claim. This would help to set them up for doing DBQ writing, other types of formal historical writing, but I like the revision of the textbook option a lot better. I think that's a lot more fun. And so I want you to just, to close, turn and talk to the people next to you. Now that you've gone through this from the seats of students, how do Four Corners help students to focus on sourcing? How does this take this further than just literal comprehension of our texts? And then how did going through the process of filling out Four Corners, being held accountable for just jotting down some sourcing, help you with discourse and what you think would be, or what you would be doing for your exit ticket, some type of writing? Go ahead. All right, if I can pull you all back together. Thank you. I apologize for the really quick turn and talks. We could, again, talk about this stuff all day. How do those Four Corners help students to focus on sourcing? How do the Four Corners help students to focus on sourcing? Yes?
I think it like slows them down a little bit too. We were talking about how sometimes they're ready to jump right to what it means to them, and it like holds them a little more accountable for taking the steps to think a little bit more about it.
Yes.
I think it also really kind of helps draw on this idea that every source, everything is biased. So it's really just about understanding the bias so that you can keep that in mind when you're thinking about it, like that, yeah, that everything has bias, but you need to understand what it is.
Now, again, you're all adults who probably would have come up with all your brilliant answers, regardless of if Four Corners was introduced or not. But how do you think that having those boxes, and for upper grades, you don't have to have the boxes, but teaching Four Corners might make this type of discussion more accessible for all learners?
If you're easily overwhelmed and your mind tends to wander, this is a great way of getting on your thoughts in this organized fashion that other people are also organizing the same way, so you don't have to bridge that self-understanding first before you can really talk about the stuff. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
It's a practice. So once you get the hang of it, it becomes second nature. So it's something that you have to become introduced to, get used to doing, and then it's a great research method, you know. So it's a practice.
Yes.
When you're dealing with a text or a museum exhibit or meeting someone or something new in life, you will carry on this practice in all of those realms.
Absolutely. Were you going to share something else?
I was just going to say, I could see using this as a good discussion tactic where you have a group of people, one, the other, and then
Definitely helps to build a layered conversation. I love that, assigning a particular piece to different students or different learners. Yes?
trying to figure out what each print is and trying to figure out like all the settings and places and you know, the information and their sources. I'm not sure why it is, but they do. This definitely makes it so much easier for them to have a graphical representation and all the settings. It's so much easier for the students to like 5 and 4 plans. You know, it just for them it just simplifies it, and they're able to kind of understand like this box shouldn't have that much information, but we can go oh, there's a bigger box that they have more information that they can put in. So it just allows them to kind of like think in that way. I think this is really great.
Awesome, great. And so, yeah, I know for me, in teaching middle school students, they would try to figure out the author's claim. And most of them would get it, or at least approach what I would have had as my potential exemplar. But if they don't also have that clear space to jot down sourcing, building that layered disciplinary thinking is not going to happen for many of them. I saw 2 more hands, Nicole and someone back here. Nicole, you want to go first?
Sure, I thought I echo everything that has been said thus far. But a wondering I had was the room for questioning in here. Perhaps maybe considering adding an opportunity for students to ask questions.
Yep, I love that. And so you could have a place on a worksheet, if you were going to hand that out, to ask those questions, or to have students jot down questions, or you could make space in discourse, whatever works for your class. Yes, final thought.
I think I'm probably echoing what some people have said already, but it seems like a really good way to get students to think about sources and analyzing them and applying that to present day information that they receive. If they get something on their TikTok that's saying something about something, they should analyze that with these same kind of things in mind. I also wonder if it would be helpful to even still add it with some humility for them, to say that, okay, we know a little bit more than we did before about Wampanoag history, but do we know it all? You know, we've got one snippet of what one Wampanoag person has said. There's other Wampanoag people, and that same person, like, giving me, I think this has been said here too, there's a long before to this whole 1621 story, and there's also a long after. Students don't even know about King Philip's War, is my experience, which you get in the other documents, so they don't even know that there's an alliance in 1621 that doesn't last very long until there's a more typical story of conquest that happens after it. So to get them to not have a takeaway that, oh, I know what happened now, but to realize that we've gotten somewhere, but there's still a lot to go.
Absolutely, and just to respond to that, the hope with this, and I didn't even talk about the curriculum materials that Mashantucket Pequot Tribal Nation is providing to history teachers in Connecticut, and anyone who would like to see it on Go Open CT. But we start with a build knowledge lesson where a broader swath of history is covered. It's not just 1621, or actually, that's not in the Pequot history, the 1620, this particular lesson. But there will be historical context built prior to any type of inquiry, because we can't ask students to analyze before they have a basic comprehension of key dates and people and places and storylines. So that would definitely be really important. One thing I wanted to name too, just in regards to the IEP piece, any students who might have IEPs or 504s, this is not connected to Four Corners, but you might notice in your documents, that's a lot of annotations we're asking students to do. Some of them are double-starred, some of them are single-starred. That represents the double stars are 50% of the material. So if you have students whose IEPs, hold them accountable for completing 50% of material. That helps helps them and you to prioritize. And then the single star is for 75. You do the double and the single. So just as a side note. All of this takes us to a really big key idea for this session and for teaching inquiry or history, period. By teaching students to source what they read, we teach them to do more than to comprehend a text. We invite them to think like historians. That key disciplinary thinking is what makes history come to life. All of us know that as historians in this room. We're not going to do this reflection here, but I thank you so much for your time, and I really apologize for the rowdiness at the beginning here. Thank you for staying with me. Thank you for this wonderful time together. I really appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, gang, next up, we're going to be delving into some traditional storytelling. So Darlene Kaskick, the education director and the storyteller for the Institute of American Indian Studies, is with us today to usher us on this next part of our journey. Thanks, Darlene. Thank you.
Let me just set up a little bit here. Okay. So along with being the education director at the Institute for American Indian Studies and storyteller for the museum, I am also a member of the Connecticut Tribal Nation. I serve on the Connecticut Women's Traditional Council. We are a council of women that preserve, protect, and pass down our history, our knowledge to the next generation. So I'm many, many things. I wear many, many different hats. So today, I've been asked to talk about storytelling. Now I have a million notes here, but most likely I'm just going to talk. our stories were a way for us to preserve our history, pass it down, a way for us to discipline and teach our children how to be good human beings. And for a long time, our stories were just thought of as children's fairy tales. But actually, our stories document very important times in history. And they hadn't been taken seriously. The one that comes to my mind is one of the oldest stories that I heard was of a time when our people lived on the land that was previously covered in glaciers. And those glaciers had melted, large trees started to grow, attracting very large animals. And our people were hunting beavers that were the size of bears, and mastodons, big hairy elephants. Now, of course, when we told these stories, archaeologists, anthropologists would laugh, those silly people and their silly stories, until lo and behold, they found mastodon remains in Farmington, Connecticut. And then it was like, oh, hey, can you tell us a little bit more about those stories of yours? So there's a lot of truth in our storytelling. It tells a history that goes farther back than any of our history books can possibly do. I asked somebody to assist me. So when I'm working with children and adults, they sometimes have a hard time visualizing how long indigenous people have been here on this land in Connecticut. So I'm going to ask you to just keep moving back. So 12,000 years ago, 11,000 years ago, whoop, that's when we were hunting those giant animals. And then we go back even farther and farther as we make different discoveries, new technologies, our land is changing. We're passing down what we're learning from one generation to the next. Each bead represents 20 years. Each color represents 100 years. From one brown bead to the next is 1,000 years. So keep going, keep going. And then we get to 500 years ago. And we suddenly have people writing our histories for us. Who knows our history better than the people that have been passing that information down by word of mouth from one generation to the next, to the next, to the next, right? So something we do at our museum that I'm very proud of. Thank you. We teach history using different perspectives. We call it two-eyed seeing. From one eye, we're using Western science, anthropology, archaeology, all the ologies. And from the other eye, we're using traditional Native American knowledge. And when you put those two eyes together, you have a more complete story. One example that I could tell you, as a storyteller, here I go. When my son was 8 years old, we went to a museum in New Haven, I'm not going to say which one, and we saw a display case with a stone axe in it, and it said, "Primitive Technology." And underneath it said, "This is a stone axe used by Native American people to chop a tree down." Now my 8-year-old son looks at this and says, "Mom, were my ancestors like cavemen? They couldn't have been very bright. You would have to whack away at a tree for a year to get it to fall down with that dull axe." And that's when I realized he was only seeing things from an archaeologist's point of view, right? So I said, "Junior, when we get home, I'm going to show you something." When we got home, I decided I was going to teach him how we use that tool. I said, "Junior, go over and find a rock pretty much in the shape of that axe that you saw." He found one, he brought it over. I said, "Now fill this bucket with some of the clay." We have like clay mixture, mud kind of thing along our river. Fill up this bucket and bring it back to me. And he did that. And then we wandered around the property and found just the right tree. It was a tree about that big. I said, okay, Junior, I want you to use your hands and pack a stripe of clay around that tree about 2 feet from the ground. And he did that. He made this nice circle around the tree of clay. Then I set the tree on fire down at the roots. And it burned and burned and burned, starting to form red-hot coals. I got 2 clamshells, and I took those red-hot coals and I moved them to one side of the tree. Now, one side of the tree is burning more than the other, and it's starting to form charcoal. And I said, Junior, use your stone, chip away a little bit at that charcoal. And as he did that, it would start burning in deeper and deeper and deeper. And lo and behold, the tree does this. And I said, Junior, grab that boulder, help that tree fall down. Poof. He came to me and he said, Mom, that was insane. They were geniuses. I can't believe how smart they were. They didn't use that stone axe to cut a tree down. They used fire. They harnessed fire. They controlled the fire. They were using that as a tool. Do you see my point about how a story is told? When it's only told from one point of view, it leaves a whole different impression. But his lesson didn't end there. Because in our world, we have respect for all living beings. They're our relatives. They have just as many human rights as we human beings do. So I said, Junior, we killed a tree. And you don't do that and walk away. You have to have a purpose for that tree. What would you like to do? He said, I would love to build a dugout canoe. I said, okay. From what you learned today, how do you think you will do that? And he got it right away. He took handfuls of clay, packed it onto that fallen down log in the areas he didn't want to burn. I picked up those red hot coals, placed it on the top of that log. It burned. He scraped with a stone tool. It burned. He scraped. Took us a little over a week, maybe 2, and he had himself a dugout canoe. Now, mind you, it never left the yard, it never hit the water, but it was a very valuable lesson that he learned. And that's how we teach, is through stories. They're woven into everything that we do. I don't know if any of you might know my Aunt Trudy Lamb Richmond, who recently passed. She was a storyteller, a culture keeper, a tribal historian for our tribe, as well as did a lot of work with education, Native American education. I learned so much from my visits with Aunt Trudy. For example, 5 years old, my favorite food in the world was strawberries. But my mom was a single mom. We were living in Bridgeport at the time. Strawberries were only reserved for special occasions because they were so expensive. So when I was told that I was going to go to see my Aunt Trudy and we were going to pick wild strawberries with my cousins, first thing that went through my mind was, they're free, right? So we go, the family gathers together. We start walking down Connecticut Road, and my aunt points out some wild strawberries. Me, I dove into them, and I start eating and eating and eating. Well, Aunt Trudy, you don't eat the first strawberries you see. Those could be the only strawberries in this area. So I had to wait. I was a little angry, but I had to wait. We walked a little farther, and we saw this huge patch of wild strawberries. Once again, I dove in, and I'm eating and eating and eating. And from a distance, you hear, You don't eat all the strawberries. You eat 1/3 of the strawberries. You leave 1/3 of the strawberries for the animals, because if the animals don't eat, we don't eat. And you leave 1/3 of the strawberries to drop as seeds so future generations can eat these beautiful strawberries that have been given to us. And it was at an early age, 5 years old, that I had this epiphany of thinking outside of myself. That yes, they were free, and I've been deprived of them, but so have other people, so have other animals. It's not just about me, right? I take my fair share and I leave something behind. And it's those types of lessons and stories that mold us into the people that we are today. Now, you may not really be getting how powerful stories and their lessons can be. So I'm going to use a story that you might be familiar with. Who here has heard of The Boy Who Cried Wolf? Raise your hand. Okay. Who did you hear that story from? School. Sometimes your parents. Sometimes your grandparents. What was the valuable lesson you learned from that story? Right, not to lie. If you lie over and over again, nobody's going to believe you. Now here you are, how old? And you remember that lesson from that story. So stories can be a powerful teaching tool. And there's many stories out there. Many Native people have written their stories down in books. Joseph Bruchac is one that I would recommend using in your classroom. Expose your students to Native American literature. There's so many great authors out there. For example, Robin Kimmerer now has a young people's edition of Braiding Sweetgrass. There's so many great resources out there, and it'll give your students insight into people that they maybe didn't know a lot about, right? Now, our tradition of storytelling, when you're chosen by the community to be a storyteller, it's kind of a big deal. You're preserving history, you're protecting those stories, making sure that they're told in the right way. Now, we all put our own spin on it. I'm very animated, where my Aunt Trudy was very quiet, soft-spoken, right? So we all have our own style, and that's okay. What's important is that hidden lesson inside that story always stays intact and doesn't change. And that's what we as storytellers promise that we'll do. Now, we have many different tools, tricks that we use. For example, I was told, this is the way I was taught, I don't read my stories from a book. I don't watch a YouTube video. I sit down with an elder, and an elder gives me a story by word of mouth as a gift. And I cherish that gift. And what I have to do is memorize that story, not write it down, not record it. I have to keep that tradition going, right? So it's not easy to memorize things at my age, right? So we all have different tricks that we use. My aunt and my cousin use a basket with reminders inside. I was gifted a rabbit bag made out of rabbit fur, and inside are things that are going to help trigger my memory about a specific story. Now, I find that stories can touch all ages, not just young children. I do stories at senior centers. I do stories for adults with special needs. They touch people. I don't know what it is, but they touch people. How I train to do storytelling is I use my relatives, my 2 golden retrievers. If I'm not telling a story right, if my pace is incorrect, if my voice is too dull, all they want to do is go after that animal. Their focus is on that animal. But if I have the right pitch, I have the right timing, I come in for a surprise, right? They just stare at me. And then I know I've got that story down. So you use those loved ones in your family, your animals, to check yourself as well. If I'm coming home from work and I'm all keyed up, my 2 golden retrievers are jumping and spinning and twirling and grabbing onto my clothes. But if I come into the door peaceful, calm, and relaxed, they're peaceful, calm, and relaxed. So extend your mind a little bit to not just human interactions, but the interactions that we have with nature as well. Because it really, really could be a beautiful thing when you pay attention to it. There are teachers, right? I was told that dogs come into our life for a very special reason. Unfortunately, they do not last as long as human beings, and we often lose several of them in our lifetime. Their gift to us is to help us learn how to grieve when someone you love passes. And you get that experience a couple of times in your lifetime with different pets that you own. And that each one of them is giving you that gift of learning, but it's also leaving a gift behind, a lesson that it's trying to teach you, right? I had one dog that taught me patience. I was babysitting 6 kids in my house from 6 in the morning till 6 at night, and that dog was as calm as could be. And I tapped into her energy, to her calmness, and the way she dealt with things. So she taught me that valuable lesson. I had another one who had a zest for life like you would not believe. You'd throw a frisbee, this dog would leap in the air, do a wonderful pose, catch it, and then come right back for more. She did that up until the very few hours before she passed away. She just had this zest for life. Once again, leaving me a lesson behind. So these stories don't necessarily have to come from human beings either. They can come from other living beings in this area, in your surroundings. Okay, sorry, I kind of go on. I'm a storyteller, I can't help it. The other lesson that I learned from the strawberry picking incident was that we're all connected. That it's not just human beings and everybody else, but we're all connected. What we do as human beings affect the plant beings, affect the animal beings, right? So we have to remember that and do things in harmony. Only taking what you need, thinking about others, and not just yourself. So when these stories are shared, or when these stories are given to you as a gift, whether it's around a campfire, on a car ride, in a community gathering, they create a space for connection, reflection, and celebration. Listeners are transported into a world where the past intertwines with the present, allowing for a deeper appreciation of the interconnectedness of all living things. By incorporating indigenous oral storytelling and traditions into your lessons, you're providing an opportunity for indigenous people like myself to tell our own stories instead of having someone else tell our stories for us. And that's why I'm so excited about the work that we're doing here with rewriting the curriculum, because it's going to include our histories in our words for the first time. I can tell you what it was like growing up in school, having them teach me things that I knew weren't true. For example, the Thanksgiving story. That one just blew my mind because I knew Wampanoag people. They told me that Thanksgiving story. And then I hear this different version in school, and I'd raise my hand. And I'd say, "Excuse me, but they didn't wear that kind of headdress." and I'd get in trouble. I'd get reprimanded, sent to the principal. Excuse me, do you really think that if they were stuck on a ship for that long, the Pilgrims, that they would have packed like big, beautiful wooden tables and fine china? Right? Like, it didn't make sense to me. And then the image of one of the pictures of the Native American people sitting on the ground, eating with their hands with bones piled all around them. If you'll see this picture and you'll remember what I'm saying. And then there's this little girl holding her mother's hand, and she's petrified. She's horrified. These are the images that we were imprinting into kids' brains, right? So for me, as an Indigenous student who doesn't quite look like Pocahontas, right? My teachers didn't realize how that was affecting me. Because if they were lying to me about things I knew to be true, things I experienced, how do I know they're not lying to me about everything else? And it really affected my learning, the way I learned. You know, I had this chip on my shoulder for many, many years because of that. You are not going to know if you have an Indigenous student in your classroom, because we come in all shapes and sizes, all colors. There isn't one way that we're supposed to look. There isn't the clothing, right? That's another thing. Here's an identity crisis that most of us go through. When we're doing a presentation and such, we get up and we get dressed and we think, do I look Indian enough? Like, what does that even mean? You know? So then it's like, oh, maybe I need to throw some earrings on, or that's not what makes you Indian. You know, I'm not a girly girl. You will not see me in earrings for the rest of the week unless I have a presentation, right? You know, it's these images, these stereotypes that people hold us up to, you know? Also, that they think we know everything about all Native American people. There's 575 something tribes. I don't know all of their ways, you know? And I'm doing a talk at the NEMA conference about diversity, equity, and inclusion, because there's a real problem there. You know, to call me up a week before your event and say, hi, I'm the diversity, equity, and inclusion person for, you know, we want to include you because it's Native American Heritage Month. How do I feel honored there? I feel like an Indian getting plucked out of the cupboard. You know what I mean? We're here 365 days a year. If you can't squeeze us into a certain time period when you're having an assembly or something, invite us back another time. You know, we'll gladly come. For example, this week, I have 8 outreach programs in a row. So my voice is going, my brain is shot. I can't wait till tomorrow. I have tomorrow off. But it's that pulling you out only in October and only in November that is problematic. And that's why I'm excited about what we're doing with the education curriculum, because it needs to be taught in a way that makes sense to kids. When you start with the founding of your town, or you start with the founding of America, and then 2 months later, during Thanksgiving time, you say, oh, by the way, there were some people here already, and this is who they were. You're talking about them for a couple days, and you never talk about them again. That doesn't make sense in a kid's mind. So you need to have it flow in an order, in a way that they can relate to. And they're much smarter than we give them credit for. As a museum educator, they stump me all the time. We need to teach them how to think, not what to think. So like I say at our museum, we come at things from different perspectives. And the children come up with their own conclusions and their own ideas about what happened in history. And they ask those difficult questions. We shouldn't wrap them up in a little bubble. Third graders will say, what gave them the right to come here and take the land? Now, what am I supposed to do? Lie to that child? No, I have to explain manifest destiny. I have to explain that different people have different ways of viewing the world. Not pointing a finger at anybody's culture or way of being, but just explaining that we don't all think the same. And that sometimes when we think differently, it leads to conflict. For example, when they hear that I tell them we had no word for owning land because we didn't own land, we were caretakers of it. They kind of can understand better why, when land was being sold back and forth, they could put the pieces together and understand that maybe the native people didn't really understand what the consequences of that was, because it was something foreign to them. Now, is that, saying one culture is worse than that? No, it's just giving them the facts, having them come up with their own conclusions, right? Because in this day of Facebook and Twitter and all those things, Instagram, they need to be able to look at things from different points of view. They need to be able to say, I don't know, this doesn't sound right to me, and research the other point of view, the other side. That's how we create beautiful thinkers for the future. We need to make some changes, right? And I think the time has come. And we got to give our students a lot more credit than we have been. That's for sure. All right. Sorry, guys. Like I said, I threw my notes in the wind. The best years for forming a child's brain and how they think is from 0 to 5. Storytelling is an important part of that traditional indigenous education and knowledge systems. And it's something that you can bring to your classrooms as well. Think about, one of the things that I like to do when I'm doing a storytelling program with a group, let's say it's campers that are going to be with me for a week. I do one day, I tell them Native American stories, and then I ask them to go home and interview their parents, their grandparents, their aunts, and their uncles, and learn about the indigenous stories from their culture. Because colonization didn't just happen here, it happened all around the world. And they come back with some fabulous stories, which has prompted me into doing a multicultural storytelling festival at our museum, so that we can see the beauty in these stories and the lessons that can be learned. It's really a cool thing. Any questions or? You try to keep the lesson at least original, okay? But let's talk, you might have, I'm going to try to figure a story that you might have heard. How Chipmunk got his stripes, okay? A lot of you read Joseph Bruchak's version of that story. Well, I heard a completely, somewhat different version of that story from a Shinnecock woman that worked at the museum, but it had the same lesson. So those little, details, it's okay to change them and embellish them, because it might not fit for your region. Maybe the type of plant or something doesn't grow where you live and you have to substitute it. So it's okay to change things out as long as that lesson, that original lesson, stays intact.
Following up on that, so as a storyteller, is there a difference in the way that you tell stories that are meant to teach a lesson versus telling stories that are meant to pass down a history?
I always say where I've learned that story from, okay? And in my case, a lot of the historical stories come from my Aunt Trudy, But some of the stories also come from working at the museum and different people who have worked on wonderful projects. Same thing with telling children's stories. You try to give credit to the tribe or the person that gave you that story as a gift. And it's sometimes tricky. Sometimes it's hard finding those origins of where those stories or historical information came from. Anything else? Absolutely. Samantha shared the, it's a database of all Native American books, and there's a lot of storytelling books on there. Like I say, Joseph Bruchac is one of the ones that I strongly recommend. Another one that I've learned a lot from myself personally is Dovey Thomason Sickles. Fabulous storyteller. Really changed the way I told stories after I listened to her. There's a lot of storytelling festivals here in Connecticut. There's the Connecticut Storytelling Center as well. And if you contact me at the Institute for American Indian Studies, we have a list of different books and such that you could, find resources from. My email is education@iaismuseum.org, so it's not too hard to remember. Thank you.
Darlene, thank you very much. We're going to take 5. I did want to just remind it, and thanks for whoever asked the question about resources. Ash will be sending to everybody who registered all today's resources, slide decks, etc. So if you couldn't get Sam's QR code to work, don't worry. Those other emails are forthcoming. So we'll take a 5-minute break if anybody wants to stretch their legs, run to the restroom, and after that, we'll have Dr. Kathy Hermes. Hey, hey. There should be an HDMI. Do you have any?
Kathy Hermes. Good. Good to see you too. I'm very excited to hear this.
Oh, good. Oh, yes.
Do you know Nicole Bolton?
Nice to meet you, Kathy.
CCSU student. Did an internship at the museum. Survived it. Then did a paid internship at the museum. Survived that. Graduated. Was offered a job and she took it at the museum doing education with us.
Now I'm trying.
Yeah.
You're surviving.
Yeah. So this is wonderful. And this is really terrific. So.
Hoping that,
I don't think so. It's good. It's important to hear about the research. It's important, yeah. And I love that they framed it. I don't know if they did this on purpose, but in the point of view, who's telling the story, whose research is it. So it's really good. Anyway, you nervous?
oh, yeah, of course.
We love Connecticut Exploring. It's doing great with that. Just trying to figure out the budget for us to become a yeah. Mostly to support you. So yeah.
One of the things we do too, we give everybody gift shops, like $5 if they can sell just keep it around. I mean, that's not all enough, and then you get copies depending on the list of purchases. 18 cents for some people, courtesy of you, so that can just
They've done that a couple times with us for some membership, which is really good. Yeah, so now we're growing the budget. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're taking right along. So, yeah, it's really good. It's really good.
still on board of the institute.
How about the law museum?
Oh, what museum? You know, we had a additional on the board.
Would you on the board?
And for them, it's really like a spot and learning to their members. Nothing more respect. That's what
because we got another email from one of the people encouraging us to take out, we get regular communications. So they're not responding to it at all.
No, and I mean, there's because we want to talk, we have a lot of legality actually. We thought this is perfect advertising.
That's a nice approach when you said all the people who do I'm professional.
But I just came on Saturday and all of it.
Sounds great. I think almost like a year ago, a little over a year ago, I really think we're ramping up our legislation. First but just all the work that how you guys did together, that was amazing. That's a story. I hope you don't forget how that all worked, because that was an effort. But they're all
help write that resolution. Need some help writing this.
I think it takes a village, right? We took all those people and everything, and I think really things really caught fire. You know, really just after COVID started with the Facebook page, then with the podcast, right? And then the legislation with the Senator Jim Garrett and Senator. Like that was synergy.
Yeah.
It's be interesting to see. Geez, why can't they work like that for other things? Looks like that you're on.
How are you? Doing great. Are you staying for the tour tonight? I can. You do?
I'll try not to, be a shameless fangirl.
Oh, no, be a fangirl. That's so nice.
Did you know that you have fans now?
Really? So thank you.
That's good. Excellent. How do you like being publisher?
I love being published. There's no time for me to exit the publisher. You know, I wanted to go out before students were like, and the magazine is great, and it was a very steep learning curve. I didn't know what the hell I was getting into for the first 6 months. I was learning how to do it. And I think it's got a good future. I mean, we have to have more subscribers, which is all it is. I mean, it's amazing how many people, like, we have an education, great content, we don't even ask
How many subscribers do you have now? That's awesome. That's actually really good.
It's good, but
So, how many do you think you can have?
well, I just think that we could if we were known.
Proposition for you. So we're trying to always boost membership. Could we do something that we could do this model with other museums where you're partner museums, where you basically provide the magazine to the membership at a certain cost when they sell it. You know what I mean? So that you're getting something every year.
We have to deal with
because we're now Connecticut League of Museums and we're trying to figure out what kind of benefits being a league member is going to be. So that could be the great membership benefit. Is this, you know, I don't know how it would work, but I'll figure it out. And then there's digital, right?
And we do have a digital only, where you can get like a PDF thing, that's $22. And then we have the Substack.
Let's talk. I think he's
Oh,
going to
yeah,
introduce you.
Gene must go.
Are you being introduced? Are you being introduced? Or? Oh, okay.
No, I've had to take a whole bunch of pictures. I don't know if we've met. Cameras, it's nice to meet you. Excellent. Just by myself. I had to teach, like, at a grants meeting, and I had I was going to try and figure out how to do them, but I didn't finish. And it's evolving.
Meeting house with the mic.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for reconvening. I'm Gene Leach, member of the ASH board and retired from Trinity College. And I'm delighted to introduce Catherine Hermes, who is the still pretty new publisher and chief executive of Connecticut Explorer, the magazine of Connecticut history and culture. Catherine earned a law degree at Duke, but more relevant for us, a PhD at Yale. She was professor at Central Connecticut State University until 2022, when she took over the direction of Connecticut Explored. She chaired the history department at Central for 6 years until 2018. Her areas of specialty are many, the Atlantic World, Native Americans, Colonial America, Legal History, and you can see those specializations reflected in her publication. She has books including a title, Explaining Suicide, Patterns, Motivations, What Notes Reveal. I'm assuming that has something to do with contemporary broadcasting of the news. Gosh, you don't recognize that reference. So, okay, you really are an academic crowd. And another title, Sex and Sexuality in a Feminist World. In addition to those books, Catherine has published some 62 shorter works of scholarship, and I'm going to read you the titles of all of them. No, I won't. I will select a couple that particularly stood out for me. Between God and Satan, Witch Hunting and Religious Mission in the English Atlantic World, published in Connecticut History Review, which is essentially sponsored by ASH, the Association for the Study of Connecticut History, and The Law of Native Americans, published by the Cambridge University Press some years ago. Both of these reflect some of her specializations. She is also the director of a project called Uncovering Their History, Africans, African Americans, and Native American burials in Hartford's ancient burial ground right over there, 1640 to 1815. Her title today is Finding Indigenous Voices in Historical Sources. Catherine Hermes.
I have to figure out how to get rid of all these things on the side here. And here we go. Jean, thank you for, and then all my emails. Jean, thank you for that wonderful introduction. So we've all heard some great presentations today, and I know it's the end of a long day, so I hope that I will convey my own enthusiasm for this subject to you and keep you going for this next 45 minutes. When I first came to Native American history, I was a high school student, and I did my senior paper on the American Indian Citizenship Act of 1924. And I had a lifelong interest in Native peoples, but I didn't know, even when I was doing my dissertation in colonial American history at Yale, that I would become a scholar of Northeast Native America. But that is my passion and something I've devoted myself to for the last 25 or more years. And in particular, I have devoted my study to the peoples of central Connecticut, none of whom now belong to recognized tribal governments, but who do still exist in the world. There are still people of Quinnipiac, Tungus, and Wangunk descent. And so you've heard some wonderful presentations today from the tribes and from Dr. Ned Blackhawk. And what I'd like to do is, if I can figure out how to advance my slide.
I think you might just still be in the mail application.
Oh, thank you. See, and I even taught digital history, and I can't move my PowerPoint. All right, so what I want to do here today is something a little different than you've heard, though you will hear continuous themes in what I have to talk about. So I don't often talk about myself when I give presentations, but I will say a little bit because I was raised in a German-American household in Cincinnati, Ohio, and found out as an adult that I had Native ancestry. And my birth ancestors are on the Dawes rolls as Choctaw, but with a little notation on the side of the roll that says, "Too white?" ? And so there was apparently some debate even then about, what constitutes being Native, and we've heard a lot of discussion about that. And I do not come to this field of study having grown up with a tribal affiliation or anything like that. I come to it from a European American background. And so I want to make that clear, that while I have a passion for it and I have devoted my life to studying it, I don't come to it with Darlene's eyes, for example. So one of the things that we're concerned with today is whether we can retrieve anything like an authentic Indigenous voice in the archives. We've looked at, for example, Edward Winslow's story about Thanksgiving that Becky showed us. And my answer to this question is yes, we can. But other people may disagree with that perspective. Archives make history, and our public records are the foundation of which academic historical work is built on. And so we have to, as historians, when I talk about history and the historical record, I'm really talking about what the colonizers built, in a sense. All archives are the products of the colonizers for the most part. Even at the Mashantucket Pequot Research Center, what they've done is, to a large extent, where they started was in reclaiming documents that referred to Native peoples. And now, of course, they've gone beyond this. But it's where we have a starting point. Archives are just part of the architecture of imperialism. We have to recognize it, but it doesn't mean that we ignore them. We also have to understand that these words do violence. They distort, they change, they hurt. We've heard from Darlene how that story can hurt. And we've heard the word decolonization today, which is now, I think, talked about a lot when we do historical research or when we teach literature, but it has a lot of nebulous meanings. What does it mean to decolonize? Well, we can't even go into that here. It would be a whole lecture in and of itself. But one of the things I think it means is to challenge the reading and to read against the text. One of the things I have learned being a student of Indigenous history is that I will make mistakes. Many great scholars have made mistakes because the colonial record is so flawed. And when you make mistakes, you just have to admit them and correct them to the extent that you can. And more than almost any other field in history, Indigenous history is unfolding. And so we're learning at a rapid rate now because there is so much attention being paid to it. But for centuries, there was not really good scholarship. And so when we're looking at, for example, DeForest's history of Indians in Connecticut, we need to read it with 21st century eyes and try to understand his perspectives. In some ways, I don't like the word bias because bias implies, I think, a kind of negative message. And I don't know that all of the historians who approached Native history were negative towards it, but they were imbued with the values of their day. And the values of their day often embraced a civilized savage narrative that we have to try to get rid of and that we still actually possess in many ways that we may not just recognize on the surface. We need to diversify our syllabi and our reading lists, but that's not sufficient to really teach a complete history. And so we need to have a critical study of empire, power, and political contestation. Now, what's wrong with these pictures? Here they are, the maps, right? What's wrong with them? Go ahead. All right, so they have the state boundaries. It's hard to get away from that. We saw when Samantha did her presentation, she used this map in the right-hand corner, the lower right-hand corner, and she suggested that you use that kind of map which doesn't have the state boundaries, but there's still something wrong with that map. Yeah. Right. So there's no, maps don't always have a good timeline, right? They're static. But there's another thing that's wrong with them. Yes.
Hard lines, like this is absolutely like the line in the ground where these people are here, these people are here, and there's no crossover.
Right. And so certainly Native people didn't think like that. But I want to argue that to some extent, even the colonists, when they first arrived, didn't think like that. That it implies that there were sort of hard and fast, they'd surveyed it all, which of course hadn't happened. But the other thing that's wrong with it is that they're inaccurate. Where are the Wangunk people? The Wangunk people are the ones who invited the English to Hartford. They lived in Hartford, all right? They are not, by and large, on these maps. They are on, right there, they are on that map. But that's one problem. And then the other problems are that villages are often identified as tribes. That's incorrect, right? Now, it took me 25 years to learn this stuff, right? So one of our obligations is to try to keep up with current knowledge, and I know as teachers you are all phenomenally busy, right? And I know that you also have to use maps because you have to have visuals. But you can teach that maps are valuable. What you need to teach is that with any source, what can you get from the source that's reliable and what can't you get from it, right? Just teach its limitations. So here again, I'm presenting you with a map that has those Connecticut boundaries on it because frankly it was kind of hard to find a picture that didn't have those Connecticut boundaries that would be big enough for you to see. But these are the villages of the Wangunk. Sukyug, which is now Hartford, Pequog, which is now called Weathersfield, Niog, which is now called Glastonbury, Matabesic, which is essentially Middletown, and Wangum, which is also sort of Middletown or Portland. Haddam, Patakunk on Haddam Island, which was called 30 Island back in its day. And of course, the Wangunk were actually spread out much further in Killingly and even into South Windsor. And so kind of fixing them is difficult, but basically you will see them in historical documents called the river tribes. There's not a river, they aren't tribes, there's a tribe called the Wangunk who lived there. And they were intermarried with every other tribal polity in Connecticut and Rhode Island. And these are some of the sachems or chiefs and sunk squaws who lived in the various areas. And one of the things about the Wangunk is that they were a very decentralized tribal entity. Soeg, who was the grand sachem of the Wangunk, had many children. And so his children were the chiefs and elder women. I use that word chief kind of in air quotes. Political leaders. They were the political leaders. And mainly the men lived often where their wives lived, right? So Pidaju, for example, who was Turmugus's son, probably married a Tunxus woman. We don't know her name, but he raises his children and grandchildren there. So what documents? You might be surprised that newspapers actually contain a lot of stories about Native people, and you can get these through America's historical newspapers. A lot of universities have subscriptions to that, and the State Library has a subscription to that. And here's a story, an obituary really, about Samuel Ashbow, who was a minister of the gospel and a Mohegan. But there are lots of stories of fires that kill Native people in their wigwams, of course, crimes that happened both by and against Native people. Native people, once colonization happened, Native people did all the things that Europeans did. They joined churches, they died, and were buried in, for example, the ancient burying ground in Hartford. Sarah One Penny is there. Dr. Robin, the medicine man of the Wangunk, is there in the ancient burying ground in Hartford, right across the street. You find legal documents, deeds that I think are in some ways almost treaties. You know, we often talk about, why did the native people sell the land for just a bunch of old coats? Well, first of all, coats doesn't mean what we think of as, you know, like somebody's castaways. These were things of great value. When Turramuggus signed away what is called the Eastbury Deed in 1671-72, he received in part coats. When Nanaco was killed by Samuel Kirkham, his family received coats in compensation. These were traditionally native items to give in compensation, so they were receiving traditional native goods in compensation. And often when they engaged in what white people saw as land transactions, they were, I think, in some ways using these as treaties, appeasing the people who were continually encroaching upon them and who sometimes did violence to them. And we should look at these deeds as ways in which natives were trying to control the environment, and not necessarily as, you know, again, this idea that they were ignorant and being cheated. This is not to suggest that the colonialism wasn't harming them, right? But it's a negotiation, and they're trying to meet the circumstances they find in the world. We have letters and diaries, and believe it or not, by indigenous people. We have Joseph Johnson's journal and Samuel Occam's letters. And although those are written in the 18th century, and then thereafter, of course, you have many 19th century and obviously 20th and 21st century documents by Native people. I'm a colonial historian, so I'm talking about the old times. But, and one of the best areas I found are really the court records. I have organized a spreadsheet with, right now, 61 Native probated estates, and of course there are many, many court records. One of the first documents, and part of the reason the Wangunk are forgotten, I believe, is that the Treaty of Hartford, signed after the Pequot War by the Narragansett and the Mohegan, excluded the Wangunk and the Pequot. Now the Pequot we know because the war was against them, but the Wangunk were completely left out, even though they were in part responsible for at least one of the precipitating events to the Pequot War. They, Soig, the Grand Sachem, who was living in Sukyog at the time of the war, moved his wigwams to Wethersfield, and the Wethersfield settlers attacked him, unprovoked. And Soig and his son Sequasin approached the Pequot, and the Pequot came up and took revenge. This is the Wethersfield massacre, so to speak. And at the end of the Pequot War, the Wangunk probably should have been part of the negotiations, but they weren't. The colony of Connecticut and Massachusetts decided not to punish Sequin or Soig because the attack was unprovoked, and he did what anybody would do, which was to defend himself. Now, here's some of the native estates that I've organized, and I know that it's very hard to see from the back, but one of the missions that I have is to try to show the interconnections between Native people. Because sometimes when we read history books about Native people, we read about this example or that example. This person is an example of this situation, and this other person is an example of another situation. And they become disconnected. And as we've heard here, all things are connected, right? All peoples are connected. And it's important to understand the connections that Native people had, both within their own communities and with the settlers and with people of African descent, because this was a complex cultural world in the colonial period and thereafter, right? So, immigration doesn't stop in the colonial period. It keeps going and multiplies in later decades. And so I've used a program that I invented with some Central Connecticut computer science students called Relationship Tree, where I can show relationships between people, places, objects, documents, groups of people, so tribal entities, and so on. Because one of the things that's very difficult to map in a way through traditional European genealogical trees and so on are the relationships that non-Europeans had. And even, some of it's even difficult for Europeans. So when you make your own family tree in Ancestry.com, how many people have one or have tried using that? Okay, you have to have your maternal relatives and your paternal relatives. Where do you put your best friend? Right? You can put your aunt 80 times removed. I don't know if that's a real thing, but you know what I mean. Like you can stretch it out, but you can't put your best friend in there. When you're mapping the life of a Native person, you cannot put, for example, when that Native person was indentured or held captive, you can't put the captor in there. So we need other ways of organizing these relationships. And I'm not saying this is the perfect one, although I think those students did a pretty good job of coming up with a design. Indigenous wills and estate administrations, as I've said, have proved extremely valuable for me because they tell us the relationships between people. And back in 1998, Bob Asher of ASH, he was editing Connecticut History Review at the time, asked me to be the documents editor, and he said, it'd be great if we could find some documents that were by Native Americans, like the membership of ASH and the subscriptions to the journal could really use a little boost here, and I think this would, and I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I had just arrived. I just started at Central Connecticut State. And so I went to the state library, and I found a digest of wills by Charles Manwaring, and I looked through that digest, and it turned out there were little digests of Native wills. So I went to the microfilm, and I transcribed them all. And by the way, I made an error. I transcribed the name Robin as Tobin because I mistook the R for T. So that's an error in that publication. And I'm admitting it now. Because I didn't know the history of the Native people in the area. And if I had known some of the oral history, I would have known about Dr. Robin, but I didn't, right? And so this is one of those kinds of mistakes that you just have to admit and move on. But I wondered about these people, the one pennies. First of all, I found that Manwaring made an error. He thought the first Sarah One Penny and the second Sarah One Penny were the same person, and there were two. So there's the elder and the younger. And that's an important distinction, but both women left somebody named Scipio. In the elder's will, he's just Scipio. In the younger's will, he's Scipio Two Shoes. They both left him all of their land. Sarah One Penny, the elder, in the South Meadow of Hartford, meaning in 1713, when she died, there were still wigwams in the South Meadow of Hartford. By the way, those lasted until about the 1740s, right? So this is maybe something you weren't counting on. And then Sarah One Penny the Younger left him all her land in Middletown, which would have been on the Portland side now. And what's in part interesting about this is Sarah One Penny the Elder and Sarah One Penny the Younger all had children, and and so leaving her nephew, Sarah One Penny the Younger, leaving her nephew this land in Middletown seems odd because she left nothing to her children. And my take on this is that Scipio's father was African or African descended. And his mother was Wangunk, so he was Wangunk, but he looked, as the documents say, Negro. And that made his ability to assume his rightful place among the Wangunk, which should have been quite high up, a little difficult, because Native people were also imbibing some of the negative stereotypes and attitudes towards Africans, right? And later on in the Brotherton movement, we'll also see some discrimination by indigenous people against African people. And that's also something that these are hard histories that we need to confront. There's also, of course, a lot of marriage and relationships between Native people and African people. 30 Mile Island, I've published an article about this island in the summer issue of Connecticut Explored, was also of great interest to me. At the time, I did not know that the Sunk Squaw of 30 Mile Island was the first cousin of Sarah One-Penny the Elder. I have now done the genealogies, and so I know this. But in the beginning, it looked to me like, well, you had these women and they owned property, but what was the connection between these women who were leaving wills? And all I could find was this guy, William Whiting, Colonel William Whiting, right? It turned out Sarah One-Penny the Elder worked for William Whiting, so she was the Sunk Squaw of Middletown, but she worked in Hartford in his home as a servant. And these things are not mutually exclusive. And Pompano inherited 30 Mile Island from her mother, Tohishke, who was the daughter of Sowig, the grand sachem of the Wangunk. And here is the deed that conveyed, these are signatures from the deed that conveyed Haddam to the English, if I can speak about it that way. For the English, it was definitely transactional, but Tohishke and her sister Sapunamo, who was Sarah One-Penny the Elder's mother, tried to protect the land and the hunting rights and the water rights and the food sovereignty in this deed, which is really a treaty, right? I mean, that's why you see all these land rights and water rights and hunting rights in there, because the Native people have negotiated for this. And they kept 30 Mile Island. So we learn about relationships among indigenous people and between the Wangunk and the colonists. We learn Native names. Pompano tells us she's leaving her land on 30 Mile Island to Wampeawask and Nanako's children, Tahamisk and Mashut, right? So she tells us the Native names of the people that she's leaving this land to. And we learn sometimes what their anglicized names were. For example, we learned that Pompano was called, does anybody want to guess? Sarah. They're all Sarah, Mary, Hannah, just like in Huck Finn. And then we learn about their possessions and their values and their desires, what it is they're trying to do. And here's another relationship tree that shows the heirs of Pompano in her. She wrote 2 wills, because she wrote a will in 1697 that she wrote when she knew that the colonists were going to allow for private sales in Middletown, private sales of land. And so she was trying to protect what she had on 30 Mile Island. And then in 1704, when she was really sick and a number of people named in the first will had already died, she wrote a second will. Unfortunately, the colony adopted the first will, meaning that they excluded some of the heirs in the second will who were still alive, right? And that, of course, created problems. We also have church records, and here I put up this example because this was one of the most frustrating things to me. I'm reading a magazine called The Nutmegger. How many of you have heard of this? Yeah, because it's like an old antiquarian magazine. Well, I don't even know when they stopped publishing it. Maybe they still publish it. I don't know. But But it would have little tidbits, mostly about the settlers and their descendants. But every once in a while, they'd throw in some, native stuff, because cool. And they said that Amy Puamskin had left a will in 1752 in Farmington. And so I was very curious to find this. So all of the probate estates are on Ancestry.com. So I go and I put in Amy Puamskin and nothing. And so then I just put in Amy, and I have some dates, and I looked through 400 Amy's. And then I got to Amy Square, and I just shook my head. They mistranscribed squaw. Now, mind you, the will says very clearly Amy Puamskin, right? They put squaw in there. And then, it says Amy Puamskin, a squaw, but there was a last name there that they could have used, right? And then they didn't. And so then they transcribed it as square, making it almost impossible for anybody to find except nerds like me who won't stop when I know that there's something. And then we look at the church records, and these are church records from New Hartford, which is part of the Farmington Valley in this period. And so one of the things to remember when we look at those static maps, right, is that the towns also have different dates of formation, and churches sometimes precede the formations of towns. And when we look at the church record abstracts, so these are not the actual records, they're abstracts of the records that are in the state library and that are also on Ancestry.com, we often have to look at the back of the book under no surnames to find the people of color. This is where the Indians and the blacks are, and sometimes white people too, where the record has erased their name for whatever reason. Maybe there's a lacuna or, some kind of tear. But here they are, Amy Indian, baptized in 1744. That's Amy Puamskin. And she's there with her sister Patience. I think my red lines maybe moved to the wrong place, but she's there with her sister Patience Indian, who is described in the will. And so one of the things that you have to be willing to do is see that, again, this is the imposition of colonialism. This is what they're doing. They're erasing native names. And so you have to be willing to tie these anglicized names to the native names that you find in the record if you can, as researchers, right? Now, as teachers, I know that you're not doing what I'm doing, but you're trying to find sources that have done this kind of work so that you can present something authentic to your students. And you can give students a transcribed will, for example, and talk to them about what's in that will and what it means using the resources that historians have given you to try to interpret it. And I think that's a really valuable exercise. It's place-based. There are wills in every county and in practically every town in Connecticut. And, if you can't read it, I can. Just send it to me. I'll fix it for you. And I think this shows, first of all, right, that Native people by the mid-18th century were starting to Christianize. And in fact, we know that they were part of a bigger movement that I'll talk about in a minute. We also can identify people by their marks. So one of the things I found was a deed to Durham, or what is called Coggeshall, right? And on this deed, I found that there was Kembosha Squaw was signing the deed, and One Penny was signing the deed in place of somebody named Alice who was lame and couldn't come. And when I looked at that signature of Kembosha Squaw, I realized that this was Sarah One Penny the Younger because she'd made her mark on a receipt from an inheritance she received from Sarah Hopewell, another Native person in Wethersfield. And I think that these marks are in some ways passed down through the generations. There's Hannah Mammonash, who was married to Samuel Ashbow, who was Wangunk, and she uses the same mark, and she may be related to the One Penny family. I mean, I can't prove that, but I'm just speculating. But but there's a similar mark there. And this other mark here that is the mark of Sarah One Penny, the elder. You can see that there, and Hannah One Penny, the elder. And that's from the Wethersfield deed. Using marks to help identify people who go by different names. For example, we have Puamskin and Poe. They're the same person. They sign with kind of wavy thing. That helped me figure out who was whom. Mashute is another person. He comes up in Pomponum's will. He comes up in both the both the estate administration of Sarah Hopewell and in court records. So this is one way that we start to build community. So he inherits from Sarah Hopewell with Sarah One Penny the Younger and Robin and somebody named Manumquask, who I haven't quite been able to securely identify. But then, he's also arrested for breach of the peace. And when we look at these court records, we start to see relationships between people. For example, at one point in time, Robin is also arrested for night walking, right? And so you know that they're in Hartford and they're doing these things that they shouldn't be doing, according to the colonists. But that helps us also put people together. Indigenous people had a concept of harm and they had processes for redress of harm, but they didn't have a criminal law. They didn't think of it in the same way that Europeans did. They believed in the exchange of gifts to heal harms done between themselves and others. And so this is where we see, like, for example, Nanico. When Nanico is killed in 1693 by Samuel Kirkcombe, the family negotiates with Kirkcombe's brother to receive the coats. The court acquiesces and since gives up its jurisdiction to allow for this kind of settlement instead of what they normally would have done when somebody died as the result of an assault, which would be to flog him. Samuel Kirkcombe should have been flogged, but the Wangunk didn't want that. That wasn't their way. And so we still see these kind of remarkable examples in court records of colonists doing what Native people ask for. This ends in the 18th century. It really recedes after King Philip's War, and it ends in the 18th century in a very final kind of way. And of course, once the Constitution is ratified and there becomes something called federal Indian law, it all goes downhill. But we also see in newspapers and other records that the Wangunk were still holding dances presided over by the powwows. The powwows are the priests or the leaders of these ceremonies. And both in the Journal of Phineas Fisk and a newspaper article published in the Boston Post Boy, of all things, we find that these powwows and dances are taking place. We also see, again, a reference here that a considerable number of Moheags and some that belong to Farmington and Middletown, remember this, those are Tunxus and Wangunk, right, withdrew from the rest and keeping good order while it was sorrowful to behold others wallowing in their licentiousness. But by this means, in the midst of their jovial frolic, they were broke up. Now, here we see that Fisk references Indians worshiping the devil. How do we decolonize these documents? First of all, by remembering that the people of Farmington and Middletown are Tunxus and Wangunk, by remembering that Native people did not believe in a devil. Even the Habamak, right, is not the devil. He is not the evil spirit. And so as we can use these documents, we can teach these documents, but we have to make sure that our students understand there's no devil in Native Algonquian theology, spiritual beliefs, anything like that, nothing like that. And the licentiousness is a value judgment placed on them by colonists right? They're not wearing enough clothing, or they're jumping around in a way that doesn't appeal to the Puritans. Well, that doesn't mean they're being licentious. It doesn't mean they're, being immoral in any way. That is how the colonist sees it. It's what Darlene talked about, the two-eyed seeing, right? Try to see what the native people are doing. These are valuable documents if we read them right and read them against the grain. Desertion ads. I know my time is probably running out, so I'll go pretty quickly here, but a number of Native people served in the American Revolution, and this is something we're going to be celebrating very soon, the 250th anniversary. And with some Central Connecticut students, I did a website, Forgotten Voices, people of color at the Reading encampment. The Reading encampment was the year after Valley Forge, right? And the Continental Army was camped in our own state of Connecticut in Reading, and Putnam Memorial State Park was part of that encampment. So there's a field trip. And here's William Benson, an Indian fellow belonging to the 3rd Connecticut Battalion, 30 years of age. I mean, these give physical descriptions. Well, William Benson is described as Indian. Above him is William Barry, a soldier belonging to the 8th Connecticut, a red complexion. What's he? Yeah, yes, Andy. Irish. In all likelihood, he's Irish or he's English. He's got this and the pink cheeks. And because complexion and race and ethnicity are not, they're very different than we would use them today. So, again, be careful of terms. If you're not sure what they mean, try to find something that can help you decode it. And I'm going to finish up really quickly here. Henry Mossick, Farmington's last Tunxus Indian. Mind you, so I've done a family tree there. I know you can't see all the names and everything, but he had kids. So I don't know how he's the last Tunxus Indian when he had children. But this is what Gene O'Brien calls firsting and lasting, right? We talk about the first person who did X, or the first this and that, and then we talk about the last, and we end Native participation in society. Mossick lived an incredible life. That's his hat that he wove. He was a basket maker, among other things, and he was accused of a murder for which he was later exonerated by the governor when they realized he didn't do it. But he spent time in the Wethersfield prison, and there are prisoners, he's on the census, as living in the prison at the time of the federal census. So, and then his wife is listed as being in the Farmington home for, I'm now forgetting the exact title, but basically the enfeebled, and she had gone blind. And that's how we know they had children, because she has children. So, are there reliable sources available to you? All sources are unreliable if you don't know what they mean. So what you have to do is, look at the what and the how information is delivered, because that matters. And then when you interrogate them, they become reliable when you can actually say what they can tell you for sure. And again, this is knowing their limitations. Tell the truth about colonialism, dispossession, enslavement, and legalized racism. Don't back away from it. Because if you tell the truth, you're not condemning people now. You're talking about things that happened in the past. There are many forms of tragedy and trauma that have occurred to all kinds of people, right? Europeans as well as Native people and people of African descent. And telling the truth about that, it's not the whole truth, right? There are many good things that happened also to all of these people. And so to create a complete picture, you have to try to make it a whole. Now, I know you're teachers and you've got, a 45-minute lesson, just like I have a 45-minute talk that I'm probably going past. And, so you've got to keep it contained, but you can do this. All schools in Connecticut are in close proximity to a site that can bear witness to these critical events in history. You all live in places occupied by indigenous people, and things happened there. And please don't refer to the village in Simsbury that was the Massico as the Massico people. They're not, it's a village. I just want to point that out. All right, here's like a bibliography that you can't possibly read. I didn't know the screen was going to be so small, but I have some websites that you can go to if you want original documents and where they're interpreted a little bit for you. And 2 of them are my sites, so shameless advertising here, uncovering their history, and then the Forgotten Voices. The Native Northeast Portal is a wonderful site. It used to be the Yale Indian Papers Project, and Yale didn't want it anymore, so it went off, but it's still operating. They've got a grant. It's fantastic. And then the Occam Circle, which has the papers of Samson Occam. Occam led the Brotherton movement. It was a Christianized movement. It's often described as Mohegan. He was Mohegan. Many Mohegan people joined it, but it included Narragansett people, Wangunk, Tungus, even Scatticook, a lot of people, Pequot. And Occam's idea was to form a Brothertown Christian tribe and move westward. And first he went to Oneida. Well, he passed away, but the group went to Oneida and then to Wisconsin. And so when we see the Brothertowns in Wisconsin, they are from Connecticut. And lastly, Connecticut Explored has a group of our articles under this tag. And for copies of this PowerPoint, you just email me at publisher@connecticutexplored.org, and I'll send it to you so you can see what sources I've cited. And I'm happy to take questions if you still have any energy. Thank you.
Kathy, I have a question.
Yeah.
How can folks subscribe
I'm so glad you asked me that question. How can folks subscribe to Connecticut Explored? You go to ctexplored.org/shop, and teachers, it's $20 a year for 4 of the most beautiful issues of a magazine you've ever had in your life. So that's how. Huh? Oh, Alves, yes, Alves is a genius.
He's the one.
Yeah, he's the one. No, we could print the alphabet, and if John Alves designed it, it would be valuable. All right, any questions? Yes?
As an archivist, I wonder if you have any thoughts on how archivists together facilitate access to materials that.
Yeah, I mean, so one of the things I think obviously is the digitization, which the Native Northeast Portal is doing. But if you work in a small archive and you find account books, for example, sometimes have Native people listed, if you digitize those pages, that is very helpful because it's hard to go through account books. and again, this helps put Native people in context. It helps anchor, especially I think for younger students. Here's a Native person buying pants, right? Or a blanket or food. These are extremely helpful. So if you take a camera and put it on your website. Other questions? Well, I know it's been a long day. Thank you for bearing with my presentation. Sure. I'm going to send the slides to Allison, and Allison will send them out if she has your email. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff O'Leary. It's my privilege to serve as the current Vice President and Treasurer for ASH. When I'm not doing this during Fridays, I'm an Associate Professor of History at Mitchell College in New London. I know everyone's ready to go, so I will not give a recap of everyone's presentation. A couple of housekeeping things. If you need your parking ticket validated, If you go down to the stairs and the round table, one floor below us, that's where they'll be able to do that. For anyone who isn't a member of the association, we do have these bookmarks on the table outside with our email address. There are past copies of the journal for a reduced price of $5. There are free copies of, I believe, the current issue of Connecticut Explored. And so hopefully on their way out, if you'd like to stop and just investigate some of those, that would be great. Hopefully you found this conference to be restorative, to give you some excitement in this really important landscape of indigenous histories and cultures, and introducing young people in the classroom, K through 12 especially, to these topics. And we just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you to all of our presenters, and also thank you to the old State House for the staff helping us out with technology, with this space. We really do appreciate it. Once again, if you'd like to join the association, please go to our website, register there. And we hope to see you in the future at more in-person events. This is our first in-person event since COVID. So this is a big one for us. So we really appreciate you being here, and get home safe, and thank you so much.